is up, everybody? Welcome in to the SXL Grand Finals. So tonight, map 1, we're just going to be starting out with me, and we're trying to get some other co-casters involved all throughout the night tonight. If you look behind me, we got the D2 game also going on. There's my little buddy right there. He's also down below. But it's going to be 907 taking on the WildBoyZ main team. An absolute clash of the titans between these guys. Both of them fighting through an incredibly hard bracket. I mean, honestly, SXL looked beautiful this season. The way, the teams they had in here. Pit Wrath making that unexpected blow through almost into finals. I mean, that would have caught me so off guard to see. I would have been happy, though, because Pit Wrath was lighting up the score charts on everybody. However, we did see them get put down. Right now, it's not a Jack versus the Giants. We just have two giants who are going to be going at it as hard as they can. Now, looking in here, let's flip it over. Look at the WildBoyZ team right now. They're going to have Zaholi playing, Bars, Baddies, Adexi, and then making his playoff-style debut, we got Andy's term coming in here. Now, this is Andy's ship. He has been at the helm for how long now? But he's just been a little bit away. Coming in here, getting the guns up. Hopefully he's able to make a massive impact for tonight. Let's go make sure there's nothing going on in the match chat so we can get this baby rolling as fast as we can. Nothing yet. Alrighty. Flipping it over now. We are in here to 907. The double O gunner stack. We got Jeff Sicko leading the charge, taking over for Buida after last season. We got Quex, Popify, Dark, and Kex. Quex and Kex. Them two twinning it up a little bit off the sound. But, honestly, it's going to be hard to say expect the defensive masterclass, because tonight, we're seeing a lot of very good 50-50 splitting maps between Nighthaven, which honestly goes more attacker-sided. Clubhouse, which started to develop that attacker-sided play. Consulate, which falls dead center in the middle of how you want to play this map. Chalet, I'll give you this. It does lean on that defense a little bit harder. You do get some advantage, but either way, you walk out with a 3-3 on defense. You did your job. Chalet, still defender-sided. Give me a 4-2 split for the defense, whoever gets it first. Border hard flipped. It used to be the defensive, main. If you were a defending player, you loved to play that castle. You love to play around, bring out just some wild off-the-ball Kaid strats. Border was your map. However, with pick 3 or ban 3 coming in here, following that up with the ACOG changes, dude, Border fell heavy to the attacking team. Because defense, there's only so many ways that you can skin the cat here. That's the only issue. There's only so many ways to do it. However, attack, get rid of my hard breacher primary. I will bring out the ace. Or the Thermite, or the Hibana. God forbid, you lose those 3, you still have hard breach can openers. You still have Maverick. There's 1,000 ways to get the walls open, to get yourselves into sight. More shields than you know what to do with. Every map now is leaning on the attacks because of just the ability to adapt and change your playstyle as needed. For this defense, you lose your Bandit, you lose your Kaid. There is now no way to play these walls except hoping your 2-brow can make a smart play and you can maybe get a good impact out. Flipping in here to the lobby, it looks like Adexi has his whole WildBoyZ stack in here, and we are just waiting on the rest of 907 to show up. One more player out. I believe that will be probably Quex. Yeah. It looks like it is Quex that we are waiting on. I've never been so excited for a matchup. Not only is this a best of 5, not only is this grand finals, but it is just going to be an impact that's going to be heard throughout the comp scene between these teams. God, you have to love it. Looks like we're getting our last player in the lobby here. We're going to be prepping to head into it very, very soon. As soon as we get that go-ahead from them, we're going to dive straight in. First map will be Nighthaven. We're going to be watching Obey take their defenses first and let them know that the caster is ready. As soon as they decide to ready up, we will dive ourselves in. I am excited for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Flipping back behind me, we do have Beyond and DME tied up for the D2 Grand Finals right now. Both teams are playing fairly well. Looks like... Is that Allen? 5-3? That is VXAD leading the charge for his D2 team here. Man. Honestly, that was a very good matchup. They're starting it out on border. Hopefully getting some good shots to one another. But I will keep you guys updated on the D2 standings as D1 plays out. If we ever get going. Let's get this ball rolling. Just waiting on a post to be made. 907 says they are all ready. And let me go tell clicks. Set, post it. We are now diving straight into this map. Map 1, Nighthaven Labs, underway. You're joining me back here in the band phase as we see Kaid and Ace gone. Like I said, expect that double electric wall breach to be denied. Hoping to see them maybe make the good pull, get rid of the bandit here. However, it's going to hurt that defense quite hard. There will go Azami and Maverick. That Azami is beautiful for locking down, holding that kind of top warehouse area. Maverick, he's just a good hard breacher all around. Very, very utilitarian. However, in getting rid of Maverick, they're going to hopefully be playing a lot of bandit here for these defenses. Looking at the current setup, though. Going to be going upstairs. They do have the mute on board from Zaholi. Adexi playing as our Fenrir now. We do have to keep a special eye tonight on our main primary players. One of those has been Quex. Throughout the postseason, this man has only gotten warmer and warmer. Playing very, very hard Siege. He's made MVP in every match he's been in since playoffs have started. That is a massive, massive thing from him. If he takes it in through grand finals, I mean, they're going to have to name an award after him. Heck, name a server after him. Because that's just something we have yet to see out of anybody. That right there is worth a Vanguard if you ask me. Down here, though. Eugen's setting up. I love the mute plays. Good drone denial is a hard thing to beat. He's a good player for it. What we don't see on board, though, is a Warden playing that shield, trying to protect top waterfall. That Warden shield is quite common. However, maybe the Aruni's going to try and DMR that out. You do expect her, though, to play more of that top rafters area, though. She gives you a little bit longer angles when needed. And is WildBoyZ even going to pay that much attention over here? Hopefully they do, as Adexi makes his rotate in. Top waterfall is a big, important piece of your defense utility. Looking at this attacking team, though. Jeff Sicko already bringing out the Monty shield. Going in, getting active. Finds a free one on the bars as he hard probes it. However, they have Andy's term now pinned in downstairs of storage. His team needs to make the rotate, help clear him out. Jeff instead is just going to keep walking up, saying, hey, I got the free play. You hear that C4 rip below, and now he's starting to aggress forward. C4 goes out, misses, doesn't land anything, and then he takes down baddies. Pistol in hand, trying to be swung on by Eugens. They're pinning in. Quex goes in, gets active for it. Down goes Adexi. A hard 907 attack. Lands Jeff with a 3K to start that out. Almost a flawless attacking round from them. Pulling a 3K with the Monty. That is an absolute spearhead that you really don't see many Monty players do. Typically, they are more of a chilled, relaxed, I'm just going to probe, play smart, be a drone for my team. Not him. He went at that and he pushed as fast as possible. Alright, maybe having a very special guest here later on. But I believe Cards said he will be coming in, joining me for map 2, which, I mean, that'll give me at least a little bit of a break on the old voice box. So for this one, let's see what we got going now. The defense, well, let's hope they're able to hold it up a little bit better. Only getting 1 pick that entire last round, and that was Zaholi. Don't get me wrong. It's, you know, it was a hard rush in. It was a smart take there by Jeff. Found that gap and exploited. However, WildBoyZ now know about that, and they should be making the adjustments to clear it. Zaholi, a good pick, though, is he did take down Quex. Usual spearhead entry is gone. However, looking at the operator selections, looks like Quex is just going to say, hey, you might have killed me. I traded one of you guys out. I'm going to do it again. Watch this. Papa now bringing the ram. Expect maybe a little bit of an operator change here as they go back upstairs. We do see Jeff do that 6 pick. Bringing out the knock now for that backstab probe is needed. Baddies are bandit main right now. I think they realized not having any sort of utility to stop that was a bad play. And they are electing to cover heavily and watch it. Andy going to be out here playing a little bit of a roam, and he hopefully decides to stay storage. If you're able to lock storage down, they can't take anything off of you. But wall control is usually easily taken, especially when it is only a bandit charge holding it. As an Ash from, well, almost anywhere can deny it. But you have to keep a gun up there, or else he's just going to go for the trick and denial again. Flipping through, we have Jeff already making that at lobby entrance, playing deep, playing aggressive. We've seen him pull that 3K early on. Dark gonna dive through, eating a ton of damage, getting a lot out on the burst. But Popify going down to Eugen's almost immediately. Quex now downed. That is that vertical operator coming into play. Good coverage to deny those bandit charges. And Jeff now trying to poke prod and see what he can do. However, there's really nobody there to play against them. Baddies prepping his own run out now to try and get them as they go for the revive. Finds it, hits it, taken down as he goes around. Kex with a good kill, keeping his teammate alive, keeping himself up. Very limited damage as well. And Bars just needs to maybe stop the quick peek and just make the play for that and open it. Those Aruni barricades are a very, very nice tool. Phone call coming out. We're going to see the aggression coming forward now. Here comes Dark with a quick swing. Takes a lot of damage. Main wall coming open for IT. Kex pre-fires his way through. Not able to find anybody. Very, very low on all sides. Jeff Sicko, though, finding a poke and kill onto Eugen's. Free one up for him. Adexi and Bars now both holding that doorway in. Andy's still trying to watch for that electrical walkthrough. Not able to find much. C4 out. Does not find Kex, but it does alert them. And they have a live cam on Kex here, which is a bit of a, a hard one. Those live cams are super annoying. Nobody is paying any attention to the upcoming Jeff Sicko. We do see a Dexy go down. A pick behind for Jeff. Going in, finishing with the Deagle. Kex picking Andy's turn. 2-0 for 907 to start their attacks. Like I said, don't fret much. This has honestly become a 4-2 split attacker map because of that just ability change, operator changes. Losing those ACOGs on defense opens up a lot of long angles for you. And then you also just have got to stay worried about those constant back pressures like we've seen Jeff do. I mean, he just kept poking and poking and poking to see what he could hit. Guys, ladies and gentlemen in chat, is there any sort of glitch going on with our live feed here? Some people say that it feels like it's kind of jumpy. Our bitrate is stable though at 5,000. Just keep me informed and updated.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
We do see now WildBoyZ electing to bring their basement out for this round. How they choose to play it is, typically you see a hard bunker in play here. But a lot of the winning strategy that a lot of teams have been employing is more indicative of that roam game. Keep at least 2 guys upstairs. Keep some pressure. Heck, roam a guy up the 3rd floor. Something they can't just easily take map control and run away with this game.
discovered the location
if you can
of the
take
bomb.
all map control on basement and you can just put yourselves in a position where you still have a minute to execute down into sight, the attacking probability for a win goes way up just based off of the time alone. Picks, it doesn't matter all that much. You start swinging the defense down in once they're trapped, it is just free, easy pickings. There is 3 guys now up on this room. Batty's hopefully going to go a little bit harder with it as he's on the vigil. But instead, it looks like he may be setting up for a spawn peek here. Setting the ram drone in, though, starts to open that floor up, which is an annoyance as you have some verticality already started. But where is the rest of this roam at? Where is our defense or attacking team coming from? Our defense has to keep solid pressure all around here. Jeff already taking himself into sight, though. They don't even have hatch pop to deny him. He is deep and he is in. Right now is where you need to be calming. Guys, flood sight. He's set up now. He sees that Mira. He just rotates himself around, takes B bomb site control, is now getting in behind where the Goyo has, or that Mira has herself set up at. There is a player though that is a Dexy who just dropped Exo. He has the angle to make some plays here. But Jeff, a little bit now trapped in. A Dexy moved up on him. He does, however, have Kex in that Animus side. Andy's term eating a ton of damage. Dark will go down to Zaholi, though. Papa will find baddies. A swing, and there goes a Dexy. Re-swing, and Bars picks the kill, though. Quex is down. Bars, kind of low. Eugen's at half. They need to be scared about what's up here, but Bars will be found by Kex. A good, easy pick there, and Papa Fire running around onto Eugen's to take him out. We see 907 now pull 3-0 up on Obey, or WildBoyZ, and that's a tough pill to swallow, as WildBoyZ has been just one of the most insane. You know, they were the #1 team for the longest time, and 907 is making it look almost like easy work. Let me just go message cards. Excuse me. Next round now setting up. We're going to see WildBoyZ. After that third set of bans, the Valkyrie and Thermite is off, and the WildBoyZ defense going upstairs. I mean, you do lose that Thermite. That one has got to be a little bit of a gut punch. 2 primary breaches off board. You just got to find a good way to play against it. And it looks like they may be, finding that kryptonite. WildBoyZ, I think they might hate the hard breach. Jeff Sicko informing his team of, hey, we can still play around this. Keck's gonna pull out that striker package and see what he can make happen. Losing that Valkyrie, though, it does hurt the Obey team quite a bit. We did see Andy's turn playing it a little bit here and there. And he makes a good roam game out of that. I mean, he has all the utility in pocket. Valkyrie is one of the honest most solid operators for playing a roam. The MP5 is, MPX is golden. C4 is usually in pocket. Sometimes they're not. You can play around a little bit here and there. But the ability to just set your cams up, maybe, hey, watch my flank if you can. I'll put some more in sight to help you. Playing the C4s below, there's honestly not many operators who are more suited for roaming besides ones who are just designated roam experts such as Visual or Scopos. Once again, though, we will be seeing the bandit trick hitting up top here. Not that, it's a painful thing to see, but not the worst. Let's just hope that Batty's able to lock it down, keep himself in check, get maybe a kill, maybe 2, heck, maybe 3. As you know, 907 is going to aggress for this window. There's the shots already ringing out through it. Looks like they're just passing diffuser around, trying to figure out who they want to have it. Drones coming out. I think they may have found their gap already. Once again, the weak point of this defense looking like it could be that top garage. And yeah, Jeff Sicko aggresses himself towards warehouse. Has his drones set up. Getting rid of the one mute jammer just to make it that much easier of a push. They got cameras up now for that top waterfall. Checking for any of the head holes and stuff below. Quex, though, shotgun in hand, playing around, able to get down there to where Bandit is at. He needs to be a little bit careful. If he can get below this Bandit, though, without being exposed to these holes, things could get ugly, and he does! taking down baddies with a quick headshot. Fast work of him. Keck's going to be going for a wall. Popify holding Andy's term into that sort of waterfall area. And now Jeff Sicko starts to exploit that warehouse side of the map. Keck's continuing to range shots down and through, seeing who he can pick, what he can find with them. Looking at these KD boards, Zaholi is currently 3-3. Best player on his team, though. Meanwhile, everybody on 907 is either one death or still yet to die in Keck's situation. Up comes Jeff Sicko. That C4 is a little bit close for both the attack and the defense. And he wild swings it, but he's taken down by Bars, who is left extremely low. Adexi now dropping himself down the room to see who he can find. Bars takes another pick. Popify's right there. Bars up to 3. Up to 4 for him. Now it is just down to Quex in a 1v, but Adexi to steal the ace. WildBoyZ pulls a round out of nothing because of Bars and his beautiful gameplay style. Finding that 4K. And maybe that is the momentum shift that Obey is needing. That 4K was definitely a tone setter. Alright. That's one of my special guests who cannot make it now tonight. Sorry about that, guys. It is all good, though. We now see Obey moving themselves into basement to see what they can set up. Everything is sort of going good for 907. They're taking a lot of these round counts the way they need it. We just gotta hope Obey is able to lock themselves in and pull up a kill or two in their favor, show up and show out the rest of this map. I mean, maybe they don't like that defense. However, they do start with it. I believe they had side pick for this map, as this, I believe, is 907's map choice. So if Obey is able to come out of here, at least give them a 4-2 split or a 3-3 split, things could turn beautiful. Bandit going to be playing now. Eugens, that is the Holy playing for these walls. Baddies and Adexi look like they should be the ones going on this roam, as well as Andy's turn playing as that Scopos. Andy is one of the best roamers right now with that operator. Baddies, though, Vigil, he's not one to be denied. He's going to just keep roaming, keep running. Adexi already up here on 3rd floor. It looks like it's going to be a hard 3rd floor hold from these guys. Or 2nd floor, depending on which type of country you're from. With even Zaholi coming up to cargo and Andy's turn playing cafeteria, if they leave Barsalt by himself, we could see another hard pressure to site. It looks like it's a full off-site play. There are people, you know, within that quick response range, sure. But so far, everyone else is just gone and gone deep. A swing there from Baddies trying to find Popify, but not landing the shots. Papa has IT now ripped wide open for himself. That Ram is a good breacher for this side of the map. Flipping to Jeff Sicko, though. He's chilling in meeting room already. Trying to get it in there. Popify will find Baddies. Quex, though, is left at about 1 HP. Adexi's right there on this E-box window, doing everything he can as he is forced into Jeff Sicko as another pick goes in 907's direction. Bars now down in basement. Zaholi up on this roam. Andy's turn, chilling in storage, not able to find anybody. But rounds are sprayed up through the floor. Bars waiting now on vending stairs. Eugen sneaking himself around, but taken down by Dark, who just sat there waiting for him. Menacingly, Jeff Sicko now coming through the cafeteria. Swinging around, but Bars is there. Better timing, better siege. Good clean headshot kill to take him down. Dark getting that little bit of HP boost now for Quex. That is not a bad play. You always love to see that. Just some sort of healing for your team. 2v4. 907 has the full upstairs now. And down the hatch drops Popify. He has to watch, though. He has people both sides of his door to cover. And he needs a teammate to lend some assist. And Burst instead is going to say, you can't assist what you can't see anymore. And Popify will go down to a 3v2. Maybe a little bit of an over-aggression from him, as he had nobody in position to help out. Once again, another solo hatch drop by Kex, but Kex is able to find the down. Andy dropping to Kex as well. And this man has become unkillable as he goes 7-1 throughout this map. We're up to a 4-1 split now. If we see 5-1 in the favor of 907, that was almost a write-off for Nighthaven Labs. Oh, excuse me. There are still more maps, though, after this one. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, this is a best of 5. So whoever, you know, you can lose a map 1. Heck, you could lose a map 2. Pull the old CC route. You lose the first 2 maps, then you just dog walk them the next 3. We've seen that more times than I care to count. We've seen the Order do that, which is basically an older version of 907 do that. I mean, that's a lot of these top tier teams. They don't lock it in until it is do or die. And the clutch factor just engages. That Madden X Factor rating comes out, and suddenly they're just an entirely different team and a momentum flip that like you've never seen. Playing downstairs now, we have WildBoyZ for the basement hold, bringing out hopefully some good roams. This time Baddies is playing as the Pulse, shotgun and I believe SMG pistol in hand. I mean, honestly, I don't want to say that's a new meta, but any operator that has that SMG pistol, run it. Put a shotgun on and run it. That thing has such a good recoil bounce. It does decent enough damage that you can use it as a primary. Not to mention, having a full-size shotgun, you basically have a pocket sniper. I mean, it's not going to have that kind of range, but it's going to hit you like a truck. And honestly, medium to close range, it's very high damage. One shot at point blank. Worth absolutely running every chance you get. The Holy setting up for the roam now. Going to be holding up in lounge. They are playing a little bit more down and in towards sight. However, you still have that 3-man roam of Andy's term, Zaholi, and a Dexy trying to lock down and play out the storage side of the map. However, shots are raining in now. And it is some good ones too, as that is Dark trying to get himself another pick or 2. Sitting at 1 and 2. However, you got to look at that assist stat line of 5 of those things. Andy trying to get himself a quick swing here. And that is Jeff that we see just marching down CC stairs. However, he encounters that barricade. Papa will find Eugen's. Good pick there. Now warehouse control is his. And he is gunning his way towards Bars, who is chilling on these cargo stairs. I mean, the smart play from him is definitely give up location. It's not entirely worth it. Still has Hatch above him to play. Andy, though, up in lobby, being pinched in towards shotgun, coming to at least maybe make a rotate. Pings are coming. Kex will go down. Jeff finding a Dexy, though, eliminating almost everybody in this room except Andy, who is still wildly hunting for anything he can find. Quex eating some damage. It's an SMG battle, but the 1000 IQ play to dive over the balcony and take him out. Now Baddies and Bars trapped down in sight, but Baddies, I thought he had a shotgun. No, he has the UMP. Getting a quick tap up there. Dark going down. C4 from Bars, not able to land it. And where's everybody out for this attacking team? Well, starting to play this vertical. They have over a minute left. They can afford to waste a little bit of time. However, they cannot lose any bodies, and it looks like Baddies may be able to snake one more out of them as he lays a bunch of damage up onto Quex. However, that mirror window pop next to him. Shots still raining down. That DMR hits you. It's going to hit you hard. Baddies takes a ton of damage off of some source. Not able to see who. Looks like maybe Popify, who is hunting for him through the vertical. As we're saying this, Jeff Sicko, Prox ability starts to make his march down cargo stairs. There is no active coverage for it. Everybody else is more or less stacked up to cover the main side of play. And Popify needs to maybe make some noise up there where he's at. You need to see Quex rain out a shot or 2. Spraying down, almost finding Bars from above. However, here comes Jeff Sicko for 1. That's his second kill this round. 2 as he takes down Bars. That is 3 on the game, or 3 in the round. Just a quick peek for a 5-1 split in the favor of 907. Very, very dominant team. Bans are being lifted and we are going for the rebans. Now, if you're playing for this attacking team, you gotta, again, just pull the Kaid, pull the Bandit. Make your life a lot easier, or get rid of the Azami first. She's annoying and hard to deal with. If you're on this defensive side, I mean, you gotta ban out the Harbor Reach, right? Looks like I'm going to be doing just that as Kaid and Ace go off board. Expect a Thermite, or maybe even a Monty ban, although I don't tend to see Obey play those shields. They're more of a, I'm going to keep a gun up, and I'm going to force myself at you playstyle. Let's go check the Discord real quick. Make sure nobody is yapping about anything too special right now. Looking in here to announcements. Yeah. Nah, nothing too special. It is what it is. We are still just keeping a good gun up go ahead. Now, command center, that upstairs hold is typically a default where you want to be at. We see 907 bringing out a zombie, though. She stayed on board. We did lose the Mira and the Maverick. A lot of these guys, I mean, Maverick has become a primary ban for a lot of teams because of that. I guess that breach ability. With the change to electricity a couple updates ago, he doesn't get shocked anymore, so you can pretty much just stand there, tank the damage, make the whole wall soft from safety, and it's not a worry. You're fine. You can then just bring an Ash over, bring a Ram over, bring a shotgun over, and make a nice walkable rotate for yourselves. Mira, well, she's just too good to leave on board. However, in banning her, you give this team the zombie to use to cover upstairs. And I gotta say, that zombie tends to typically be a little bit more powerful. Dark gonna be our zombie player this time. 1-3 with 6 assists. I mean, if assists were kills, we'd be having a GOAT conversation. However, they are just assists, so maybe aim a little higher, hold a little lower, pull a couple more headshots, Dark, and you'll be a golden opportunity player so far. Not to say that he's not. I mean, he's doing... Oh, dear God, this team is doing amazing, but... Now, with the setup coming, let's see how they manage to pull this. Adexi making coverage around up here on the storage containers, top landing, playing through. We do have hard breach coming. Andy's turn, going to be the one going now for the connector. Bars spraying through. They want to try and get this wall ripped open. There is the EMPs there. And let's see what Kex is able to do about it. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for him as they don't have anybody to help cover that window. And that will be the IT wall now ripped open. Dark going to be playing off now, getting rid of the connector hall. And Jeff trying to get Gunny up in their face, ripping open the door for connector, trying to go out there. Not finding anything, playing now E-Box side, forced out and running away. Popify playing up. One in IT, that is Baddies playing entry. Down will go Papa. They start now a quick hard clear forwards. Zaholi has now control of that top warehouse rafters. Puts shots over towards Kex. Andy will find Jeff Sicko. That is a battle of the team captains. Or, well, previous team captain, I guess. I think Adexi now runs the team, but still. Needs to be some good heads-up play. Dark is being flash banged out. Plays being made. A rotate coming here from Andy. He's going away. We see a C4 out of Kex to take one down. However, Eugens is right there for the refrag. Now 2 defenders stacked up in that command center side. And Bart's going to run in and go deep, taking down Quex. And Dark now has got to find himself a way out of this 1v4. He takes one down, but Andy's right there to shut him down. Finishing that one out. Obey now goes 2-5. Will 907 lose that momentum and that lead they gained? Or will they pull a map 1 out of this game already? I mean, this is going to be a very, very tight matchup if I do say so myself. Oh my. What a stellar game. We're gonna see 907. Maybe let their ego get the best of them as they go back upstairs here. Flipping over for those of you who are interested in the D2 matchup, DME is now up 6-5 against Beyond. These two teams, they are just dragging it out. We're still on board. We're still map 1.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
He isn't hot right now. Everybody in that game is doing fairly well. This game, what I'm seeing right now is these rounds that they're winning are coming down to some honest, I don't want to say hero plays, but both teams making those fast aggression plays. 907 just doing a little bit more consistently than WildBoyZ. However, they are hero plays for a reason. They are not a sustainable play style. You can only make so many hero plays in a game before you maybe burn out a little bit. And we may be seeing the meme setups here coming as there's a Tachanka ripping some walls open. But I got a feeling that was more or less to try and deny some of the playstyle around how you want to take these walls. Makes it a little bit harder on certain hard breachers to get walls open. Like if you're bringing in a Habana, for example, that sort of setup makes it so her pellets won't land evenly. You may not be able to pull wall with it. Now the way forward is being blazed. Let's see. Andy does have his hard breach can openers ready to rip open the wall again. I'm interested to see what Popify is going to do. Has the shield in hand, and he is either going to set it for E-box, which that seems like a smarter play. However, if you set it up now to try and cover this wall, you just make yourself a lot better, you know? Quick's going down to baddies on a first pick. That's the Ash doing her job. Shield is now being set up. Looks like he may try and quick rush in here. Phone call is coming. Pixel angle now held by Popify on the Tachanka. Tachanka LMG hits hard with a slow rate of fire. And Batty's just trying to swing around as much as he can through here. There will go that shield though. Tachanka lays a ton of damage out though. Your camera is now gone. You got Andy starting to try and move up and assist here. Grenade's going to be coming up over the wall. And a swing from Popify, and he's taken down by Andy's turn. 907, maybe just a little bit too overly aggressive there. C4 out. Grenade gets denied. Flashbang's coming in. Dark now trying to rush up. And they are swung down for a flawless WildBoyZ attack. Like I said, they got that momentum shift as soon as they got onto this attacking side. This map does tend to play a little bit more into your attacker play style. So we may see 907 drop some rounds here. I'm hoping to, see some good shots though. All right.
Attackers need to locate.
Moving in here now to round 9. 907 once again trying to hold this upstairs. I mean, Obey has flooded them. Every chance they're just not able to keep these walls closed and stop that hard push that we've been watching just come right through the connector side of this map. We did see a nice grenade catch from one of those Jaeger ADSs. A C4 just a little bit overthrown. Now we gotta see, is 907 gonna make the adaptation, play a little bit harder into that connector side? Or are they just gonna let it slip and fall like they've been these last couple of rounds? I mean, Siege is all about that game of adaptation. How can you change? How can you make new things happen? We do see a bandit trick though coming for the IT wall, which is a little bit different than what we've been seeing. And Jeff Sicko, I mean, does make the adjustment. He plays himself now into meeting room. They do have some coverage set up. Dark playing very aggressive down here in this bottom warehouse side. I mean, these Raptors are going to become his home here in a second. That's where you always watch your zombies come up and play. Quick breach coming in on the connector from Andy. We got drones coming out from Zaholi trying to open some things up and make some free forward plays. Papa eating a load of damage there. A Dexy going down though to Jeff, who as we knew was playing offside, trying to match this connector once and for all. Swinging now for Andy. Andy does not seem too concerned about him though as he moves forward, but Quex is there to shut him down and take him out. Jeff making the run out now just to make sure it's safe. Zaholi jumping in, taking Rafters control, taking Dark out. And a swing from a mile off by Kex to lay some damage. And that should open up your wall here. As down goes your bandit. No more bandit trick. You got a player below to help get things open. But it is the 2v3. And Jeff is playing aggressive now. Up and into IT. That wall is ripped open. Bars runs up on him. Jeff will go down. Quex is now left to the 1v3. He knows there's one on Rafters. That is one down. The last two are over here in the IT side. And these Fenrir mines are going to be his last line of defense, his main savior. Activating another one. Again, they have these drones up, though. Loses that one. Flashbang coming out. He is now flashed, and they know it. And we see Baddies trying to continue on that swing here as Boris rotates, pulls himself. He wants to go over here for the connector, get the split push up and running, but Baddies will go down to a Quetz 3K. 1v1 situation. Boris is in. Quetz just whips around over his head, but manages to stay up, and Boris is probably going to bait this diffuser. I don't think he would honestly go for the plant here, right? Maybe he will. Pros don't fake. Quetz backing off a little bit, trying to get himself to some safety. He wants Boris to come in for the swing. And with 42 seconds left, you can only continue to bait each other for so long. And that will be diffuser planted. Up comes Quetz, but Boris is able to shut him down. 5-4 now as Obey makes the comeback. And that's a 3-round deficit that they're now starting to pull up to. Or no, 4-round deficit that they're now 3 rounds up. One more round ties this game up. Could 907 just not be able to keep their defenses strong? Another ban phase rolling through. I mean, who do you really get rid of? Maybe the Thermite. Get rid of that last Hard Breacher. That's about the only thing left that's an easy on-the-table thing to do. And there he will go, but you lose your Valkyrie, which we really didn't see all that much of. If anything, they may have had more luck getting rid of their Bandit, or even this Azami, who is still on board for Dark. Right now, it looks like it may come down to a battle of your supports, with a Dexy at 1 and 7 and Dark at 2 and 6. Which support is going to just do their job a little bit better than the other? As the Gunners, they are getting hot. They are still ripping rounds at one another this whole time. Damage has been laid and slain the whole game. But you need to be careful here and not throw your body too hard, as we've been seeing a lot of rounds that are just based off of over swinging, over pushing, over aggression.
Attackers need to locate and defuse this
We now load in to yet another upstairs 907 defense. Man, I'm getting kind of tired of calling this CC side of the map. We know how they have to hold it. You have to keep somebody alive over there on that connector side. Jeff did it very, very well that last time. This time he is now bringing out the Legion T5 SMG, I believe, in hand. And Legion is honestly a very good operator for holding this side of the map down. You get a lot of sound cues. You have some decent utility in pocket. You are a fast, maneuverable operator. Overall, it's a good map. Or, I mean, it's a good operator for doing what he needs to get done. But we know the adaptation style that Obey brings. They love whenever people try and play like this against them. Come on, feed into us. We will just outsmart, outthink you. Obey already prepping for it. Andy pre-firing for that jump out. We also have Eugens now coming over here. Baddies and a Dexy all stacking up. This is going to be a hard connector side push. You need to weather the storm here if you're on if you're on 907. As Obey is getting ready to throw a hurricane at you. And Boris will get the top opened by that Hibana. At least opens it up to be an annoyance. I mean, they do have, what, some can openers on hand. Along with the Hibana. Wall play is doable. Just maybe not what you're going to expect out of, you know, your normal ace or thermite player. Won't be full walls, it will just be rotates. Eugen's up on that rappel. We look at Jeff Sicko now, who is down bottom of waterfall stairs. Dark still up here trying to chillax in that top rafters area. Pupify being hard pushed. C4 out. Doesn't land it onto anybody. And as it was calmed, the push is coming through connector. They're all setting up, springing their way through. Where's Andy? Oh, he's playing down below. Jeff Sicko makes the aggression rush out. Tries to get a good swing going here. Ripping some rounds past and through. And then lights off one of them canisters to help, I guess, kind of time deny and maybe get a free pick. A rotation force there from Papa Phi. Good grenade coming from a Dexy. He is now out of them, however. And they need to just remain calm, remain collected. Hatch coming open. Kex C4 ready in hand. Could find a couple of kills with it. And out it goes to take down Boris. That is now the hard breacher off board. Dexy eats some damage, but not all that much. Play below from Kex. A smart one there. Will go Andy's term as Kex goes down to clear him up to a 2K. Eugen's now holding this vertical that was opened up by, I believe, an impactor, a C4 below. Dexy swinging up. However, he has to deal with Popify, who has the shotgun, and then he just feeds himself straight into a mine. Eugen's is holding that. Popify will be picked, getting a little bit over aggressive off the sound cue. Dark still, Deagle in hand, trying to take him if they walk through his door. Jeff hiding behind some good cover there. Here comes a Dexy, though, for the top warehouse. The push through is alive and happening. He's got baddies right there on his 6, and Eugen's going to be playing this flank around. Comes in, though, hits a Jeff sicko mine. Jeff up to a 3K as he takes a Dexy down. Dark with a Deagle and Kex to clean it out. 907 saying you may have took momentum for 3, but we are bringing 1 back on you at least. Kex, our current kill leader at 12-5, trying to maybe make himself a finals MVP candidate. And this is now match point for 907. I mean, if they take this match point and roll momentum into map 2, things could get ugly quick. Whew. Alrighty. Sorry if I'm not talking a whole lot between rounds. This is where I like having a co-caster because I'm trying to make sure my voice can stretch all 5 maps.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Basement defense now coming from 907. We see the setup happening. Cards, hit me with a DM. See if you can make it in for map 2. I'd love to have you here, my man. Let's see.
Place device.
We are going to have Jeff now playing as this bandit. Honestly, expect a aggressive roam out of this 907 team. They have Kex playing as the Ella. As we were all told, Kex loves playing as Ella. That is like one of his go-to operators. Papa going to be up on the roam with Vigil. We have Quex, though. Taking one out of Jeff's book and bringing out the Legion. Who, honestly, even after the nerf to his gadget, is a very enjoyable operator. That SMG he has is clean. That pistol has very nice irons to it. And the utility that he brings in pocket with his gadget, with, his vision blockers, solid. Let's see where this obey attack is coming from. They need to push themselves down in through basement. We see the upstairs execute is there. Dexy droning it. Eugen's, though, already trying to hard push himself through lobby. Vertical game is being played by baddies. They know now where one of the defenders is at over here in storage. That is Popify down there. With that drone out happening, things may get a little bit ugly. Papa, though, looking to maybe play a little bit aggressive here through this hole. Just decides, hey, I'm just going to run out on you. Kex, though, in the 3rd floor, looking for his roam. He does have baddies up here to deal with. Baddies taking control of that IT side. Papa getting 1. Jeff finding baddies up through the vertical. Down to a 3v5 for Obey. This is match point for game 1. Boris trying to wallbang through. Popify will find Eugen's with a quick headshot. And Boris eating some damage. There's a Dexy, that kill in the dark. However, the swing from Jeff Sicko to shut a Dexy down. Boris into the 1v4. It is still a clutchable round for him. Putting rounds into Jeff, taking him down. Finding one on the Boris, Quex. Boris pulls himself a fast double. If he pulls this a 4K to his favor, things will get very ugly for 907 this game, as that should be a hard momentum shift in a 6-4 game that may not be something you can recover from. Kex running away back downstairs. Papa taken down. Boris at the 3K. Kex now into the 1v1. Or is 907 just feeding him kills? That's a good possibility. Hatch is still soft. They were supposed to use that to rotate. Live pings are there. Barst trying to maybe bait himself into this hatch drop a little bit. If he can find where Kex is at, things could go bad. Grenade out for him. Double grenades as he tries to clear where Kex would usually run to. Kex now pillar control. Finds Barst as he's not prepared for one to be standing there. 907 goes up one map so far in the night, and a 7-4 Nighthaven Labs victory that was started off of their attacks, not their defenses. We'll punch that score in, ladies and gentlemen. That way we can have that 907 going up a map. Update the overlays. And that was an absolutely insane game from these two teams. We had Kex and Jeff Sicko lighting that scoreboard up. It was a little bit of a slow burn for the WildBoyZ team, but they made that comeback. Hey, I might need 2 seconds. I'm going to see if I can get a co-caster in. Bet. All right. We'll take a quick break as I try and get my co-caster in. Give me 5 minutes or less. We'll be right back. Get a drink, go to the bathroom, kick back, relax, lock in for that long haul. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back in. I do have my wonderful co-caster here joining me. What is up, Cards? Oh, just absolutely terrific. Oh, uh-oh. Don't mind my uh-ohs. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why my audio still isn't working for you.
Why is it my mic isn't or what?
Oh, okay, now you are. Now you should be good. Yeah, now you're
Yay! It took a bit,
dear
but
God.
we're getting there.
Bro, if I gotta deal
Please.
with audio issues all night, I'm shooting myself.
Tell me about it, bro. I don't know. That's why I can never be producer. There's too much to handle.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna run the... We're back into the map now. My co-caster Cards, how you feeling?
At least, what are your thoughts going into the second map here of Clubhouse?
Honestly, Clubhouse, it's going to be a bit more of a toss-up. We see 907 kind of struggle on their defenses that last map. Their attacks were high-key, absolutely solid, going 5-1 against Obey. But the defense needed work. These bans, though, they differ quite a lot from what we've seen on that last one. We do see the Kaid and Bandit go. That's pretty much a common calm for what we're always going to watch get banned out for a map like Club. However, the Ace and Grim, that plays into that more, we want to deny your execution. And I'm liking that play at least.
I do like the thought going into it, but I just do worry sometimes that leaving something like the Azami open with those bans could cause issues down the road. I think that can be understated, and that CC site can be such an issue if you don't think about it and don't really, put it into your game plan at least.
Oh yeah, those top rafters are next to impossible to push if you leave her on. Dude, I love these load times. When you're on PC and you're loading to a console lobby, you get 45 minutes of loading screen.
Yeah, bro. Like, Whiskey, now they have to have a whole on transition just to try to mask how long the waiting time is between getting into the game.
Yeah, I might have to talk with them about that and get one set up for myself because, oh my god. Flipping in here, though, the defense will be starting out with the gym bedroom hold. They do have a Mira on board, too. I mean, I don't want to say what was Obey thinking, but what do you think the game plan was? Getting rid of both wall denials, but you leave Mira and Azami still up. It means later in this round, or in the round count, you still have to deal with at least one. I mean, Mira and Azami, one of the two are going out on round 4, but yeah, I mean, it plays well into the playstyle of 907 to have both.
I mean, I would absolutely agree, but I think that, at least from their end, I can kind of get the logic. We know Baddies loves the Twitch at time to time. They love these aggressive ops with those good guns. So, yes, keeping the Mira on the board is going to hurt, but you also have an Ash to deal with it. You have some level of utility that's a pretty big constant in the team, and I think that that's at least their logic, try to, offset, if you will.
Maximize your bans off of minimalist bans. I get it. Alright, flipping up here, though. Jeff Sicko going to be playing hard for the CC side control. He does have Andy on his stairs already trading shots, and down goes Jeff.
Pretty great start from them, and you got to be careful here. Bars is already getting the wall. Getting this person up is going to be such a risky move.
They still managed it, though. Papa pulling a kill right off that. Now on red stairs, controlling. Pushed by absolutely everywhere. Just a bit of bad aim, though, as Andy cleans the kill. C4 from Jeff, not landing where he needs it to, and he is cleared out from red stairs. The WildBoyZ push is coming in here very, very hard to start.
Another one from Yoons off the very end of your sentence, and it's what I love to see about Obey sometimes is how fast they can aggress onto teams, how fast they can flip that switch into just truly taking every bit of space they can get.
So right now, I mean, we've watched that in that last map. Their execute style is hard-hitting, fast-paced aggression. However, 907 has players like Kex who just pull random 2Ks from almost thin air, but he loses that little bit of cover that he had due to the Azami barricade. Quex now trying to play up and aggressive here, swinging around for some shots, not landing very much. There's Kex for his 3K, but Andy to shut it down. but defense winning that round out.
And I think that the biggest change we've seen so far in these, the beginning of map 2 and certainly the entirety of map 1 was Kex was not this big of a problem for most teams going into it. He was good, but this has been a beautiful run from him against Obey and the group in general. And I think that that is something that we haven't seen, WildBoyZ have to worry about. And it's a very big shock for them seeing so many big names. And even someone like Kex, maybe one of the smaller ones, still putting up those insane numbers, round to round.
Typically, what I notice out of Kex every now and then, he plays to his opponent. You put him against Obey, he's gonna be dropping those 7-0 kills on you. 7 kills, no deaths, just running and gunning. He plays to your skill level. Now, you put him against a team like, the slowly dilapidating 5.2, and he's not gonna throw up those high stat lines because he kind of calms himself down.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
It's certainly something I've at least noticed, but I do sort of wonder here, what are we going to see from Jeff Sicko? We don't generally see him on the Scopos, so I'm always excited to see the multi-floor roam from the man.
I mean, I am a Scopos fanboy. I will live and die on that hill. Scopos is one of the best roaming operators you can bring, simply based off of that AR in hand, deals so much damage. It has very little recoil. You can play long angles with it, and then as soon as you start to get pressured or something doesn't go your way, you lose a gunfight and you take a ton of damage but manage to escape, you can just then reset yourself back to site and play that anchor role. He's a good dual threat.
I mean, absolutely. There's a reason that I think he is kind of a sneaky app to pick in Clubhouse, and specifically Console League. We've seen him just picked more and more, and I think that 907 have very well utilized the success, even if it isn't generally Jeff Sicko being the one playing.
Now, we've honestly seen 907 keep a rotation of operators for everybody. They haven't just said, oh, hey, my name's Popify and I'm playing one operator tonight. So far, almost every round, they pulled a different setup, different play style, and it just looks like a different team comp every game. Jeff, though, as I was saying that, takes the damage. Sure, it's not a ton, but he's pinched in, pincered, and stuck, and what does he do? Just dips back to safety without a care in the world, leaving Dark Shore up on his lonesome, but that's, as a Vigil, how you want to play. Eugen's making the roam clear, though, knows where he's at. Phone call coming out. Dark has the ability to get a good swing here. Goes for it aggressive, doesn't land it. Impacts for some control. And then taken down as Eugen's just hits the better hip and pre-fire onto him.
Yeah, but I think at least we're going to see that pick is going to hurt WildBoyZ so much more. They're losing that chance of a hard breach, losing your really chance of a hatch drop. Now you're going to be forced to go down the much harder to fight and easily the significantly worse for you stair execute.
Yeah, the stair execute is always a rough one. As we're saying this, though, we see Jeff try and bring himself up onto a roam, but Andy playing that lurker role on an Ash, just waiting to find anybody who makes a rotate or a slow play later. Getting that good kill onto Jeff. Now Kex being aggressed from above by the Ram, tries for the C4 through the floor, not finding anything. And, I mean, the Mira is still in the power position. Sure, Andy has both charges for it. He can go down there and maybe take it out. But that means exposing himself to where she's playing at. Down will go Popify as Baddies still continues on this reign of dominance up above. But Kex still plays up to his opponents. Getting that kill there onto Eugen's. Frying him through the vertical. Down comes this attacking team. Losing that main stairs Mira. Baddies loses his head though. Kex extremely low, taken down from above. They do have that hatch open. I didn't know that. Quex makes the rotate to safety. Playing for that hatch. Damaging a Dexy, but taken down from above.
We've seen so much good from Quax overall. We've seen him have such great moments, but I think you're putting so much pressure on him, man. You're giving him already, fights from verticality. He can't really take an angle he wishes. And there's always a clutch factor with him, and there's always a factor where even if it's a 2v1, you have to worry about Quex. But I think you can only put so much pressure on the man before he's gonna crack.
I mean, the pressure is there. I mean, we've seen it all through these playoff brackets, him just being that, the man up on everybody. I don't think he's ready to crack yet. I think he wants to set the Vanguard. He wants people to know to be on watch for him. So I expect him to gun out the rest of this map.
And I will say, easily the biggest change we've seen sort of from their past outings is Dark, who has taken a much more of a bit of a step back, and he's fallen to his role, which is hard support, significantly more. We've seen, at least in the side of WCL, He's had multiple 15-kill games just simply off of playing the gaps. And it is going to be a different sort of 907, where it isn't him taking these consistent gaps. It isn't him playing these aggressive fights all the time.
Yeah, I mean, here's one thing, though. You always got to watch. Both these teams are just aggressive. I mean, nobody can match it. Honest to God, I've never seen a team go blow for blow with either one of these guys. Have you?
I mean, we've seen it through and through. When a prime playoff-ready WildBoyZ and 907, you know, they're always going to dominate their brackets. Everyone wants to do anything but go against them. And it's pretty consistent. You don't really see them lose. So to finally see them meet, I feel like is the Clash of the Titans that it's been, you know, a long time in the making.
How do you feel about Pit Wrath and what can be considered a Mickey Mouse run through to the semifinals? I've heard teams saying it was a one-off, the competition wasn't there. Dude, they played against a CC who, yes, you want to call it a retirement run like it's a bad thing. To me, I seen that CC retirement run as a blaze of glory. We're going to take everybody out and we're going to leave here, you know, as champions. So them taking those guys down in it was a glorious fashion.
I think that, from my opinion, yes, it is a weaker playoff run than maybe going against an Obey or a 907. However, I think that it's more of a stepping stone for the team than anything else. It's going to be a huge way to move in. It's going to be a huge way as a team to get your morale up and say we can compete at this level. I think it's the biggest thing for them is you got to see this as the next step to something greater.
I'm really hoping to see Pit Wrath come back here next season, at least make finals.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I think if they can keep on this same trajectory of growth, certainly within possibility. And as I say that, Jeff Sicko is going to find at least one pick, but the shotgun can only do so much in hands.
It doesn't matter as Quex is there to find Bars. Andy, though, trying through lobby. Dark finds the Dexy. Andy will go down to Dark as well for a good double pick. Batty's playing up above, still on that Ram, starting to open these floors up. Out of Ram gadgets, though, still has a couple of flashbangs in hand. But if you look at Quex, you see that diffuser is just laying there chilling next to him. Kex and Quex both going to stack up. Looks like Dark's maybe going to join into the circle here.
I mean, at least with this strategy, it doesn't leave a lot to really be given. You're given almost no real chance for a fair or even equal fight. If you take any of these, it's likely going to be a 2v1, and it's likely going to be a near impossible, you know, fight to even win.
Oh, absolutely. There's Dark laying at least some damage out the baddies. Here comes Quex just to stand up and take him down. The weird ritual is complete, and they get a round out of it. Ooh, hipfire too.
Whatever. Fancy hipfire, but at the end of the day, whatever works and whatever gets you the win is the most important thing. And I think that, in a way, it is a lot of a morale boost, and it's a lot of a morale shake for the side of WildBoyZ, dying in such a weird way, dying in those more, you know, not normal, unique ways. It's going to get in their head, and I think more than people would suspect.
Oh, absolutely. You know, at the end of that round, I don't want to say threw his controller, but probably wasn't the happiest man to die to a guy laying down on the ground who pulls up with a hipfire.
Absolutely. I mean, even, you know, normal people like you, like casters, will get angry if they see that coming at them.
Oh, dude, I've thrown a controller multiple times over stupid things. Hey, real quick, we're going to give an update here on the D2 games. We have DME, who is currently up a map 5-2 over Beyond, and it looks like a beautiful little kill there from Lex as I turn around and see that. That was a 2K. 5-2 is the current round count for this map. DMA taking the lead. We could see them 2-0 over Beyond here as they roll into map 3.
I'm personally a fan of both, and I do like a little bit of D2 finals action, so no complaining from me.
Oh, to me, dude, D2 is the breeding ground for D1. You need to play D2, make yourself a name, and then see how it stacks up against the best. You know, D1, that is your pro league. But without challengers, what's the point of pro, you know? You can't sit at the top of the mountain forever.
And I will say it real quickly. How does it feel to be the first, or will likely be one of the first casters to win that caster award back-to-back? Or not back-to-back, 3 times in a row now?
I believe, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I haven't been told anything about the awards. Usually, you know, I get this real nice write-up from Scissor about, here's the awards ceremony, here's the players who won the awards this year, because I believe my first season casting here when I picked up a finals, we did beautiful graphics made by the head of HMC, Mr. Nuclear himself, and played them through on stream. It was a good cover of pretty much statistics and players and how they've improved and where they made it to. All the standings and styles. That was an amazing season final right there. I haven't really paid too much, like, I mean, they all blend together for me. I've been here way too long. But this season, I don't think we got the graphics in. Didn't they already release a lot of the finest and stuff?
They released that, but I don't think they ever touched on the Hall of Fame ads, which is the biggest thing that I'm a little bit surprised about.
Well, remember, finest plays into Hall of Fame. You got to get that MVP role before you can become one of the GOATs. I mean, look at the actual Hall of Fame for the NFL. How many of them have, you know, made it in there without being the best at their position? That's what we're waiting on. We want to know finest.
I can certainly get that, and well, at least as we say that, Baddies is going to find Kex there. Pretty
Swap the
beautiful
dark.
shot from
Swap
him.
the dark now. What is this position? What is this position? Handy pre-fires it and kills him, but what the heck am I looking at?
Jeff Sicko pulls out the shotgun, tries to make a move, but fails miserably. Popify and Eastern Munes all find their picks, but at the end of the day, WildBoyZ at least gets the round.
I'm just too stun locked. Fuck.
That'll certainly be at least one of the more unique rounds I think we're going to see today.
Bro was just chilling under a table. We seen Andy sprint in first, and I thought it was like, oh, he's got to swing out from this table now and get him. Nah, he stays there, watches a drone come towards him, and just doesn't do anything and just doesn't move.
I don't... certainly one of the more unique positions I've seen in a little bit, I'll be honest.
I think unique might be an understatement. Oh my god.
As we sort of compound into what your talks about maybe finest, who do you have going into Hall of Fame this season? You have any predictions?
Man. Who's in the running for it right now?
I think it's a little more of an open game. I think we had a really, really big one last season, but this one's a little more open. I think this one has maybe a chance for some other people to get in that aren't really expected. Because you had people like Stretch, Adexi, and DCAG, I think, get in, so it didn't leave a lot of room for anyone else, but I think this one has a chance for some newer guys to make their mark in the Hall of Fame.
Are you thinking maybe like a Charlie Whirly or a Squirtle, like one of them?
That's what I was sort of leaning towards. I think that was where my head was going consciously.
To me though, I'm thinking it may be too early for them. You know what I mean?
I think it's we haven't seen two crazy seasons like that back to back really ever from a player as young as him. And maybe it's crazy to say, but I really do think that he's gonna be able to do it within essentially just 2 years of real dominance.
Oh yeah, his entire time on the scene has been crazy for him. What is Dark doing? Going for these punch holes, and okay, I thought Batty sprinted in. No, it's just a weird outline glitch where it looked like he was in building sprinting, but nah, it's just some depth perception gone wild. They are setting up now to try and play off in lobby, holding up above for cash. It is a widespread defense, which honestly tends to lead towards a more direct attack side take. There's Quex though, up above. Temper, watch above. Eugens has that stalk control, but you lose one of your entry fraggers. One of your many entry fraggers, I will say.
I will say that is a nice little plus of the Obey, I think, style and how they play is, yes, losing your main entry guy, it is a hurt to the team overall, and losing that player. Still, you're going to feel it. But it's not, I think there's a lack of aggression on the side of Obey. I think they'll move just fine, even without their main man.
I mean, that's to be said, though, for both these teams. I mean, I think the only one we can, thoughtfully say is not an entry fragger, maybe Dark. And that's simply because he was, 2-something last game, but he had, 12 assists, so... At the end of the day, he may not be laying out entry kills, but he's dealing a balls load of damage.
I mean, yeah, it's... It at least is, at least something to add on to it in here. And always like to watch, though, is Bars, who's taking a little bit of a weird stance, but he'll likely be one of the first ones to really aggress onto the side of Jeff Sicko.
Well, them popping that fire early here helps them out a bit, but Batty's getting that pick onto Papa is probably one of the biggest things they could have found. That opens their gym side up just a little bit more. It does force the rotate from Quex, which frees up in that jump through for construction. Dark has logic control to himself, but Jeff playing the oddest angle I think I've ever seen in my entire life. Laying here in bedroom, and honestly the wide open, just hoping somebody comes in for a swing. And they start to give up some control.
You're really going to have an issue here, I think. There's so much aggression coming. You're going to see Amelia Yoons is going to find the pick that he needs on a Jeff Sicko. Quex is going to try to take the fight, but taken out by the fire and Baddies. They've been just Dark try to fix what is a very hard situation for him.
Yeah, we're noticing a lot of these rounds that are Bear winning. We're just coming down to like 1vx situations. However, Dark going to say, I can do it, I'm him, as he reloads. Baddies is standing there to watch him do it.
I mean, certainly a nice couple of kills from him, but I think the 1v pretty insurmountable the second that really happened.
Oh, absolutely. That is an insane 1v4 to be in.
I will say, hold on, let's go. So my bad.
No, what are you saying?
I was gonna say MVP talks, or like Hall of Fame talks. I honestly think you're gonna get in. I think that three cast. I think you're finally gonna do it. 3 caster awards. You've been here for a long time. You're in OG. And then
I'm a caster,
Squirtle.
right? I don't deserve finals. I'm casting. I don't play.
I think I'm gonna see it. Honestly, I think Vex had it. I feel like it's your time. Squirtle, because these past 2 seasons have been nuts. Quex, because his entire run with this team has been probably the greatest we've ever seen. And then past that, I have no idea. Like, maybe you pick one of the Obey guys, one of the vets. So I'd probably assume like Bars, because he's been to finals a bajillion times. But I think past that, it's a bit more in the unknown.
Oh, they did do these Season 7 awards already. Do you want me to go over those or not?
They did?
Yeah. Season 7
Hall of
awards. No, not Hall of Fame, just the awards. The BOGO's honor, aka the best rep, was handed out to Twin from the Black Hole organization, meaning he was the most responsive rep, was the most lenient to everybody, scheduled early. Pretty much everything you want your rep to be was Twin this season. The Pickles Vanguard, aka the old head with a good gun. You know, you have to be a solid player, one of the best around right now. Someone who's still going to spark up MVP conversation, but joined decades ago. We had DCAG joining very, very early into the life of SXL. At the latest, I think it was Season 4 is the earliest they started accepting people for this for this trophy, and that one was given to DCAG. The X9 distinction coming in here as your best rookie, because X9, I don't know if you remember it, but his entry season was legendary. We'll go over that after this round, though, as Baddies is already making an impact and aggressing through gym control as his.
Yeah, and I didn't get to touch on it in the time, but I think Baddies, there's a stat that I tend to collect, and it's called kill opportunity. So through the team, what is like the most set up opportunities for kills? You know, they're droning for him, they're flashing for him, and Baddies is the largest taker of such I've almost ever seen in any team. Like, he is taking like 85% of the team's designed fights, where they're trying to lean it in the Obey's favor. Excuse me, WildBoyZ.
I mean, to be fair, he has been a very, very steady gun you can rely on, you can lean on when needed. You know, he's always somebody who really isn't a question mark if he's going to win that fight. I don't want to be that guy, but you get a Dexy who takes a lot of 50-50s that don't go his way. Baddies, as we're talking about him and giving him the tap on the back here, we see Jeff Sicko hit a swing to him. But he is one who he tends to win almost every fight he's in. Right now, though, Eugens is being given that same opportunity, and Jeff's there to shut him down, too. I need to stop talking about these guys. I think I'm a curse.
As the second you spoke of them, Jeff Sicko came to Reap, and to be fair, despite his relatively weaker stat line so far, it is Jeff Sicko. I think that sometimes you got to look at these games and look at the fact that maybe these players aren't popping off as more of the fact that there's only so many kills they can get, really, than them failing as a teammate.
Oh yeah, that will always be the line I go back to for players like Adexi, players like Stretch. Even give me like Crypto in these conversations in Vizsla. You can only get so many kills in a game. You know, there's only 5 opportunities for kills unless, you know, you pop a teammate in the head, then, you know, a couple more. But there's only 5 real shots to pull one out. And you're gonna see, your more supporting operators, your guys who are droning heavier, more into using their utility flashes to help you out. They're not gonna land as many kills as you, but their deaths don't stack up too high. Bar's finding a good headshot there on a Jeff coming down central stairs. We have a Dexy prepping to drop this moto. Flash is going out, going deep. Flash is out Popify, but Papa still has his cover there. Kex finding that DMR on a Bars, trying to swing in behind a Dexy. And if a Dexy stops for a reload here, that gives them time to aggress forward. And here comes Dark up behind on the flank to take him down as we 3-3 split map 2.
And I think that this is the much more representative thing that I expected from WildBoyZ and 907. They're both relatively close in terms of pure numbers. Their entries in general are very close. They're both around the same numbers, in general. And none of the stats generally in their outings lead to one side or another. It's why I think that, at least in terms of grand finals, this is probably the best grand finals, or at least the potential to be so, in probably SXL history.
I'm going to say so, yeah. As I was saying before we jumped into that round, Kaid and Ace now off board. We're going to go through the bans here in a minute. But X9 distinction for best rookie, because X9 was honestly, I want to say our best rookie we've ever had in, this entire season or setup was him. Jaden, I think, just put up probably the best rookie season of all time, though. What'd he go? I can't find his season record. But in his first round of playoffs, he went 35-27 against Redemption, which Redemption was a solid team at the start of playoffs.
Yeah, I think that he went like 25 plus in terms of KD. Like, he was nuts. And I also think that his numbers were slightly inflated by the fact that his team maybe wasn't the strongest on the board, but to be able to carry them and at least put up some, some wins is, I think, impressive enough from him.
Oh, absolutely. We'll read the rest of these here in a moment. Let's go over these bans real quick, though, with the double hard breach and then the good utility bans. I love the Kaid and Mira ban out now. You still have to deal with the Azami, but honestly, a DMR player can do that. Your Ash is good for that. I don't mind it. Now, yes, you can say the same about Mira. Oh, just hit it with an Ash charge or blow it open with a Twitch drone. But you still then have to combat through a head holes that you created.
Yeah, sorry. I was just looking at the numbers, and Jaden officially went 64-49 in the regular season, putting up probably one of the craziest stats we've seen from a rookie season ever. Maybe only even, rivaled by X9's first season under Playmakers. Well, these first tier, they still had, I think, a pretty large career under Hyper Series.
Oh yeah, Hyper Series. I wish I could find all the old stat lines from that, because there are some really insane ones from way back in the day. Now the biggest instigator this season, it went to Squirtle, and honestly, you can't even say no. It did. Yeah,
we know how he is. That's how he is.
We know him. That's about right.
Yeah.
Who else
what I'll
would
say
you put
to
up
that
there, though? Who else could you even put in there, though? Like,
I don't think there's anyone
really
like him.
Instigated? No, there really
Like,
wasn't.
I think the biggest crazy thing is last season was the most crazy one, but the normal Legion ban rate in leagues and like league matches was super low, like maybe 1% in a map. Like, it was not common. When Squirtle was in the lobby, it 20 times itself. If that isn't the most rage-baiting op to pick, Legion shotgun, I don't know what else is. And he put shit about it too.
See, the only person I think who's made a bigger impact with that shotgun was Bilo. Bilo used that gun enough that, not only myself, but other casters in the console community were calling it the Bilo Tech. Or the Biblioteca. Anytime he'd pull it out, he would just drop like 3 or 4 with it every single round.
We got our new gen Bilo and Squirtle. Either way, though, it's still a fun thing to see that going around.
Oh, yeah. First pick this round going in the favor of 907. We did see Jeff rip it open on a Dexy. That's that Azami immediately off the board. And I can tend to see her as a, I want to say a multiplying operator. Someone whose job is to get better with time. She ages like wine. The later in the round she goes, the stronger her gadget becomes. Almost like a smoke. Eugens with this Warden. Just missing a couple of rounds here. The push is coming forward now through the CC side. However, Andy has his C4 ripped and ready to stop it. I think 907 need to maybe abandon this line of push and start for a flank route.
Either way, though, Quex is at least going to find what he needs. Baddies will answer back, make that 2 for him, getting rid of Dark and Kex. As now he takes the same position that was held against him and Cash, and what has been a beautiful start to the map for him.
Jeff Sicko locked outside now of that construction. He does have bars who he has to try and contend with. Queck's going to go in, just kind of poke and pod, find himself a baddies. Good pick from him. DMR ringing out now. It leaves Bars down to the 1v2. However, he has a C4. He has the SMG shotgun combo. C4 to find Jeff Sicko, but Quex is there to get the kill. And we see 907 close out one of their first attack rounds on this map in a stellar, close nail-biter.
And I think that that's absolutely the representation for the BO5 at this magnitude. Every single round sometimes can feel like it can switch like that. Even in a 2v1, even in what feels like the most dire circumstances, there's still that glimmer of hope for both sides.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, if there's any admins in here or any scissors, like, I guess, board, if you guys could send me the MVP log, like what the voting is, I want to kind of use that as a thing to talk about. I mean, you don't have to send me the actual MVP voting or who is going to get it. I just want to know who the runner-up is for MVP and Hall of Fame.
I don't know Hall of Fame. Actually, hold on. Give me give me a minute, because I have Gulia's login for Canva because he used it for graphics, and she might have it.
I was gonna say, I know Jaden got nominated as a wild card after that first playoff round, and he has been doing honestly solid work all season. He's just kind of slowed himself down a bit, but it's not quite bad.
So I have the MVP, but not the I have the Hall of Fame, but I do not have the MVP.
All right,
so
we don't want to know Hall of Fame. We don't want to know Hall of Fame.
All right.
Hall of Fame needs to be that kind of surprise. MVPs are ones where it's like there's always a list,
Yeah. Oh, you mean the people that got nominated, or do you mean the actual?
Yeah, I need the nominations.
Oh, Quex, obviously 907. Jaden, mute on Wanted's guy.
Yep.
Sprays, Vixel, Decag, Scarfs, Pitrath, Crypto, and Squirtle. With the voting going significantly towards Squirtle, and then second place is... Excuse me, I was entirely wrong. Vixel was the top in MVP voting at 43. Squirtle was 39, and Quex was third at 17.
That's honestly, I don't want to say surprising, but I need to see what was Vixel's stat lines for the season, because that's kind of a rarity that you don't see one of these main team guys, Wasn't Vixel one of the unwanted players?
No, he was on Nebula, and I think he put up... I think he put up the most kills for the season by a pretty large margin, by like 20.
Okay.
He was averaging like 14 a game.
We have Papa playing out here highway windows, taking a lot of damage. Andy, though, trying to contest this main wall. It will come open, and there's Dark already in, going deep. Swinging up, has some control. Puts his back to Andy. Just missing each other a little bit. The C4's gone, blown open. Dark playing overly aggressive, if I do say so myself. And Eugen swinging up through with the Warden glasses. Feeds one to Jeff, though, as he pushes and walks straight into him. And what they need to be scared of now is this play from the Fen rear. Blinded out, Jeff is an easy Jeff to kill. There's baddies for the kill onto him. Swinging up forward now. Kex trying to play aggressive, swinging in for the kill, finding a second one as he takes some control. However, Adexia is right there to shut him down, and in comes Popify, blowing open that canister there, loses his cover, and puts some fire right where he needs to walk. The revive coming from Quex onto Kex. That's a tongue twister. Say it 5 times fast.
I mean, the aggression always comes in, like we say. WildBoyZ and the side of 907 are going to go at it like that. They're going to see all those bodies, all that damage, all the utility fly within the span of just maybe 15 seconds. And at least in this case, it leaves a pretty favorable situation for the side of WildBoyZ going into this last minute or so.
Yeah, with 45 on board, 907 needs to orient themselves into a push. However, you've got Papa, who, if he gets the sniffles, he dies today. Kex, if he stubs his toe tomorrow, he's dead right now. You know, Adexi on bar still full enough HP. They can swing whatever they want. However, you got to keep some of that HP up as Quex is full, and you know he's an aggressive style gunner. Adexi goes down from the window play. Quex is now pushing himself in through Logi, going deep. Bars is able to find Kex with 15 seconds left. They need to get Diffuser, and they need to get him inside the building. The swings around coming. No one going for the hits. 10 seconds in it. And a swing from Quex, laying damage on the Bars. The shotgun comes out, hurts him, and Popify is there to put the kill away.
Pretty, I'd argue a pretty cinematic end, at least, to it all. You see Popify and Quex trying that 2v1, and well, might have gotten close. They still succeed in the very end and get themselves a nice 2-round gap here to try to close it out.
Oh, yeah. I don't want to say they shifted momentum yet, though, because it has only been, what, 3 rounds now in a row for 907. That is a good number to take, but if you go up for this 6-3, you don't give yourself a margin for error. You need to close it out, because if you give Obey that 1 round, we know how they feed with momentum. We could see this map drop into WildBoyZ' favor. Which I mean, we saw it back. This would be a good BO5.
Would not complain, but I mean, we saw the exact same issue in pretty much all of their previous outings. Is 907 will give them sometimes that leeway. They'll sometimes get a little bit impatient. They'll swing too early in those later rounds when they have that big advantage, and it'll hurt them because you give a team like that hope. You give a team like that a chance and a drive, saying we got this. It is a terrifying prospect seeing a side of 907 that is maybe a little bit on the back end, but seeing more accurately a side of Obey that is so pumped up and so motivated to just lock in and try to finish it out.
Have you ever heard a hyped up Adexi?
Not personally, but I've heard different things, especially back when he was in his more prime era, I guess you'd say.
Bro, Adexi giving a pep talk would make me fight Optimus Prime. I'm telling you that right now. There is nothing better besides maybe a Pickles pep talk. The way that they have that ability to just motivate, move your momentum. You could be the worst player on the field. A good pep talk from them. Next thing you know, you're turning Ashen into a scrub. It's just it's that style of motivation that they have as their kind of captain role that not many players possess. They don't have that, you know, the sympathy but also aggression to push forward that a lot of teams need.
Also, really quickly, just gonna hit you with the numbers with Vixels. He averaged, I think, just around 12.5 a game, if my numbers are right.
Holy crap. I mean, 12.5, it sounds low, but it's really not, because didn't they pull good stat lines on maps, too? They didn't take a ton to OT?
Not generally, no. And I will say, their send-off was pretty tragic, though, with Vixel hitting almost, I think, his career high, 21 in the WildBoyZ 8-6 OT.
The execution is coming here as Popify will find that pick onto Adexi. He has now sight control running through. Finds one on the burst. That is sight pulled in the favor of Popify. We did see Andy's turn go down. I believe he was on a roam. Yuden's finding Quex, though, and Baddies has to make his retreat. He is so far from sight right now, it's not even funny. Diffuser will get planted by Kex. That sets the 5th man in motion for this attacking team. Diffuser is now theirs, but Dark will go down as he's not paying attention to where Eugen's is. However, Popify will be. That's a 3K for him in this round. Now Baddies has got to be that X factor for his team. Come in here, win this 1v3. Takes one in favor already, but Jeff camping with a DMR to shut him down. We are into match point now for map 2.
This is a scary prospect here for WildBoyZ. You're already down here. You cannot really afford anything to go into that 2-0. You are a beautiful team off the momentum, yes, but if you go down 2-0, you're going to that series point, and you're going to a point where there's so little room for error. And a team that we know will have those errors, especially early on in their games, it's a really, really bad look if they cannot at least get some real effort here and just try to get a momentum going.
Yeah, especially, I mean, like, we've seen them after that last map. On the side flip, they took momentum back into their favor. This one, I don't know if they're going to be able to. I mean, we're past that side flip, and we've seen that side flip actually play super hard into the favor of 907, pulling 3 straight. As Mr. Zek Vexel put it the one time I casted with him, you take 3 rounds, you just rinse, repeat, and win the next 3 out, because it sets you in that map rotation. You know what you need to do. Now, sure, he was talking about defense at that time. However, I'm going to apply it to attack, too.
I mean, I think at least the idea still stands, and I will say this is certainly one of the weirder games we've seen overall on the scoreboard. We don't generally see a Dexy so low, and the same with Dark. It's not generally that same. I think that it's always, at least from what I've seen, it's polar opposites. When one is up, the other is significantly down. But
Yeah.
it at least seems like the hard supports of both sides are just not really getting that same fights that they'd like to have.
Well, one thing you got to watch when dealing with too, like high caliber frag teams like this, isn't their entry fraggers. We know what they're gonna do. We know their style of play. We know they're gonna get in there, be stupid aggressive, get a kill, maybe two, maybe a three-piece. But their supports, the guys who are closing out these rounds at the end of the games, those are your important factors. Those are the anchor points to push it all forward. I mean, and we've seen Dark do a lot better this game than we did on that last. And, I mean, these last 4 rounds are just kind of showing, improving into that.
10 seconds.
And 907 could put this one away today.
Yeah, and I feel like if this does happen, it would probably cement them as the greatest peak of a console team we've ever seen, at least from the side of SXL and most console leagues for that matter. To be able to win back-to-back is a really, really insane feat. I mean,
Well,
have you ever seen a team go back-to-back?
oh, yeah. I think the Order tried it.
They did?
Now, yeah. You know Obey better than I do. How do they feel about Consulate?
I think that the weird roam style that can be brought there does benefit them. Their attack has had their weak points, but generally, most teams they do perfectly fine against, and it's one of their strongest maps. However, I would not say that, especially with someone like Dark, who's going to possibly be an issue. Yoon's at least going to find Popeye to get the trade back.
It's a drop hatch. It's a hard hatch drop. 3 are down immediately. Dark will get picked. However, they're now in. Down goes a Dexy. Jeff Sicko getting bars, who's chilling back behind. Dark is just laying there chilling, waiting, taking a nap. Up comes Baddies trying for a swing. Eugen's joining him in now for a 2v3. The execution playstyle there. 907 pushes hard forward. Coming off the plant is Kex to rotate around. Jeff Sicko gets the kill. Kex now rotating over to Church for plant. Baddies coming down main stairs. I mean, if this works out in 907's favor, it's a meme round to beat. He can find that diffuser through the wall, but it's a little bit late now as it's already planted. And he is trying to wall bang Kex. Kex has the range advantage with that ACOG, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a harder fight, but if he can get early, if he can get up close at least, if he can try to make this fight certainly more close range one, it can benefit him. Damage on the Kex is all he needs. It's just a simple one tap at this point. Even an impact to do the damage, but you got to be careful. You got to be absolutely perfection. At least Baddies will close it out and find at least just one more round.
Oh, yeah. That was a good round from Baddies there. Managing to stay up. It was a super hot drop there. Honestly, I don't want to say it was a bad play from 907. But once they started that execute, they weren't really paying too much attention. They let that kind of free hatch drop get a pick in their favor. And that may have been what costed them that round. It was a pretty decent fast execution, though.
I'd argue, at least from my opinion, from what I've seen from them in my casting, is I think it was a bad decision. I think that we've seen a lot of times 907 will get into their own heads and they'll try to overcomplicate their last rounds. In a match point, sometimes they'll go for that crazy attempt. They'll go for the more extreme idea as a bit of a rush play. But often, at least in my opinion, most teams are going to be on edge and expecting that sort of thing. The later you go and the higher you go in terms of that difference in rounds. So I do view it as, I think, a little bit of a bad play, at least here. I can see the logic, but I just think that doing something against a team that can be so good with that aggression, like Obey, is just a really risky move.
Oh, absolutely. It took balls of solid steel to make that play. But again, I'm going to say it almost worked. Like, it came incredibly close to being in their favor. I think they just lost too many bodies on the hatch drop, leaving Dark just laying there. I mean, I get not rezzing him immediately. They needed to secure area first. But it just cost them a little bit too much. And then leaving the 1v2 upstairs in kitchen is kind of what sealed the deal there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really, really close there, and that's what you like to see, but I think that's the issue, though, is you're giving a team like Obey some hope, or excuse me, WildBoyZ. You're giving Baddies even more working. We've seen what he can do at times, and I think giving him this momentum to work with, giving him a round where he feels like he had that confidence to be that guy, is such a crazy thing to do. I think that's my only reason I'm sort of against that play, is you're giving a large chance for a player to really feel like they can make that impact and stop him. Stop the comeback.
He played that perfectly. Let's see what they got cooking up now. Looks like they're not going to be playing that hard rush playstyle like we see on the last one. As I say that, we do see Jeff Sicko bringing out the Blackbeard. Wall already coming open for CC's side of the map. Flashbangs going in. Here comes the choo-choo train as Jeff is running down into the face of your Warden. And, ooh, just missing the melee and the head of Warden. Managing to stay up, though, taking a bunch of damage. The C4 almost finding the pick. And now here comes Popify, looking for something. Eugens will get Kex down, leaving Jeff, though, 1 HP with a dream to maybe find something. This is honestly not a great spot for your Blackbeard to be in.
It does give, I think, a lot of a chance for something to go wrong, especially when you can hit the feet here maybe just a little bit, and that'll be a down at minimum. It's such a risky play from him, and with no nades, there's not a great way to push it out either. I think you got to forcefully just look on here. You got to try to find a move maybe from Popify's end. Instead, Yoon is going to make his value known. Popify might get a trade on the baddies, but so that one-player advantage reigns in the side of WildBoyZ.
WildBoyZ are now in a position they can just continue on playing picks, playing it back and forth. Papa going to sneak in, though, finding Ewens, taking away that man advantage. And now, if 907 wants to, they could slow that momentum down, play themselves into a pacing team. You know, a little bit smarter swings here, not quite that full sprint forward. We see Papa try it, though. He is taken down, and they need Quex to hurry up, get something on these windows to maybe help them bring their boy back to safety. Dart continuing to spray on, hard swing, eats a ton of damage from his own team's gadgetry. And that may have just been a bad calm, because that was a big portion of his health box gone. But he will manage to get the Popify for a res. Quex trying to control these highway windows still. The swing coming in from Dark. He wants to find Bars, who is just chilling Logi. As low as these guys are, that shotgun at this range is a one-shot.
Yeah, it's a dangerous prospect, and Bars has such a big chance here to make his power known, and he does immediately, finding at least Dark. He still has the SMG-11 in hand. He can take those more range fights if he needs. Popify's still crazy low. And your chance for failure here, the chance of something can go wrong, just shoots up so much now, especially when you're going to have that 25 seconds left. Your plan is going to be a 1v3 at best. And as I say that, Quex is going to find
Quex.
2.
Oh my god,
11
Bars.
for him, but he's so low here. Bars still has that shotgun he can work with, and with a beautiful shot from the SMG-11, once again, WildBoyZ dream live on, and they might have a chance of OT.
Bro, I'm thinking we're going to see the OT hit. Just based off of what this game is looking like so far, it's going to be a heavy OT game.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to think of a meme to reference. Do you perchance know F1 at all?
Absolutely, all of it.
Do you know that one slightly aggravating meme where it's just all roads lead to Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, all roads lead to overtime.
Yeah, all roads lead to overtime.
Bro.
That's what it feels like.
Oh, that race today, though.
Verstappen still hangs on.
Dude, I am hoping, I am praying Verstappen gets first place in Abu Dhabi.
It'd be hilarious.
I hope Kimmy does his thing for his dad, takes out Norris in turn 1. I don't care. Make it happen.
Nah, I know the strategist meetings for them all is just the most crazy shit. Listen, we love you as that second driver, but you need to do something for us.
Yuki, channel your heritage. Dive bomb. Kimmy, Taliban Tonelli, George Osama bin Russell, do your thing.
Yeah, make Verstappen. I mean, at this point, it's up to debate, but I'd argue that if Verstappen wins this, he's arguably in the GOAT conversation.
I want to say even without winning this, he should be, as no driver has pulled 4 straight.
I think he should be, but I think people just won't. I think the Hamilton in general, and a lot of just having 7 is just so much to them.
I will say, him and Hamilton both belong in the greatest of all time. Because we're looking, I don't want to say 2 different time periods as they raced against each other, but you're looking at a period in time where Hamilton was falling off his rise and Max was in his gain. Like, it's almost 2 entirely different time periods. There was different car setups in this time. They're not the same. To see them through the championship battles out, you know, you can't compare the 2, but you have to.
I will say, as we sort of get back into the round, and what was already known, what we talked about is that this Azami is going to be so hard to stop. You decided to not ban it, which is a viable thing to do, but I think you didn't bring enough to really get rid of. any of this, and it's going to cause issues. But at least Quex is going to find that first pick onto a Dexy.
That eliminates one of your C4s off board, opening up your late round potential a lot more. No more C4 for WildBoyZ here. Baddies, though, trying to aggress down. They know that Monty's there, and honestly, even if Jeff doesn't get a pick from this, he's doing amazing and just buying so much time for his team by taking so much attention for himself.
Yeah, and I think that the pressure that at minimum he demands just to worry about is a huge, huge benefit to the team, even if he doesn't happen to get that pick, as you were saying. But at least Barks is going to find his pick. Baddies with another. Yunes in within the madness. Somehow, WildBoyZ prevail, and they end themselves in a 4v2 with a huge advantage when it's necessary. As I say that, Kex is at least going to find one, try to bring it back.
Ooh, the swing on to Andy's not landing, though. It went from 907 having man advantage, having advantage overall, to suddenly, we go to OT! That was just an insane flip.
This is what I mean, though. You cannot afford, like, that rush round was unironically the shifting point. That is what you cannot do. Do not give a team like WildBoyZ momentum to think they're good. You need to pummel them, or they will pummel you. This is why we don't do it.
Oh no! Intermission. We look over. DME took that last map over Beyond. It's currently 4-2 split. We now see Beyond opening up their attack rounds. They do lose that first pick as Hate is off to a slow start here. It is a hard rush though between these two teams. I think DME may take the D2 finals today.
I mean, that's a really good look for them, and I think that they're an ascending team, so it's always good to see a team like that get a big win in there and just realize, you know, maybe they're ready for that D1 level. Maybe they're ready to finally hang there.
And there is a possibility. Looking at their roster, they got OG Killafish. He's an old-timer. They have Zelo on board as well. HP, a previous old-timer on Void, who was honestly... He was very hit and miss for that team. He was inconsistent, but very, very solid when he was doing good. Like, if he had a consistency stride, he was honestly one of the better fraggers in the community. However, he just couldn't consistently frag out like that.
Yeah, I mean, it is something to think about, and I think this is the more surprising thing for me is somehow, in my opinion, Yunes, who is not even close to the #1 option for this team, despite maybe his, you know, flashy games at times, has now overtaken Baddies in the eliminations. And, well, I think that Baddies is still getting a lot more of the design fights, a lot more of that utility coming towards his, you know, side. I'm assuming pure, you know, improvisation here. Yunes is still finding a way to really be that big player for them when they need it.
I mean, that is something that Zaholi has always been good at, is improv work and making kills from nothing. So hats off to him. He's a very, very good player. Honestly, I want to say maybe one of the best additions to Obey we've ever seen.
I'm willing to at least hear that conversation, but I will say I think Baddies and his generational run as of recent, it might be one of those cases where I think he might be too new quite yet, but he's on that path. I mean,
wasn't
he averaged
Baddies
13
one of the
in a game.
No, Baddies wasn't OG. No, he's a pickup, ain't he?
Yeah, no, he was a huge Roller Rivals player, won a lot of big games, and was just sort of one of the bigger names off of that post-Stompin' era. Actually, one of the few names.
Oh. I'm glad to see that we do have some of the tournament greatness coming over here to the league side of play.
It is always exciting when we get to see that, and it does lead to a very different style of play. And I think we're seeing that today is a lot of these teams aren't generally as structured compared to league teams. And when you see that hybrid sort of come in, it really does create a unique experience, even for PC and any PC and console.
Oh, absolutely. Quex going in, gunning out for Red Stairs to take that first pick there onto Eugens. That's your Warden gone. Popify now, flank push through, taking that guy out of cash. There goes your castle on Andy's turn. They now have full cash side control of this map. They've got to make this push across there. However, Baddies in good position to deny. A Dexy moving up in bedroom. And Bars does have your cutoff, playing Logi through construction. I don't know what they want to make a flip of momentum or flip of pressure here for, but Baddies will find Kex as he makes a rotate around out there on highway windows. An easy, honestly, simple pick for him.
So again, these games are going to be so close. Baddies is going to find more when he needs it. Darko at least try to tie it back up, but you're leaving the main man alive. Arguably your two greatest players of the playoffs, Quex and Baddies, going to have to try to face off in that minute left. You've always practiced that minute drill where everything comes up, that pressure is most, who can hang in there more?
Well, these are zombies. They're just going to continue and provide their utility here. As timer ticks down to 45 seconds left, they're one of the most annoying things to deal with, as Dark is showing us right now. However, we'll see Quex get in there and find baddies. A Dexy now down to the 1v2. Shots going out as Quex gives his team advantage, and they now move into their own defense.
And I think that sometimes people don't look at Quex as the, the craziest guy, because he had a bit of a weaker regular season at times. But I think that you got to remember, this man was number 2 in MVP voting. This man had arguably one of the greatest regular seasons we've ever seen. And it was simply just overshadowed because somehow we saw Squirtle with a 2 KD. I think that people sometimes don't realize how great of a player he is and how much he changes this team, simply just because he was, at the wrong place at the wrong time.
I'm sorry, did you say Squirtle had a 2.0 KD?
Yeah, he did last season. Straight up a 2.0 flat. Yeah. Only ever beat by...
Give me the stats. Give me the stats. Of him and whoever beat him.
I have him somewhere. I think I can send them to you. Because I do not have them anymore.
Weak in hearing that. That's a season long to pull those kind of stats.
I know. No, it was the full season. He had a 2.0 KD. That was the crazy part. Season 6. I know I have it calculated somewhere. Hold on. Give me just a second.
No, you do you. We're going to flip down here. Bringing out now for the 907 basement defense style. They are going to be rocking Kex with that Aruni DMR. Dark allowed to play Valkyrie, after she's been banned so many times. I don't mind it. I love the utility that he can bring with that. Setting these cameras up for the soft floor plays. Expect the C4s down below. They do have impacts, though. No C4s, which, overall isn't a bad thing. You can still deal some damage up, as well as it opens up your lines of sight for you. However, you give the attackers some advantage to shoot down and not have to really worry as much about bringing their own floor rippers. However, Baddie's going to be playing this ram out. Dark setting up now for his roam up here with Quex. And are we going to see a roam? It doesn't look like it. We're actually going to see everybody rotating themselves to the basement and play it shallow. No one even off site. Huh. This is a bit of an oddity from 907.
So I'm over here trying to find this. I know they had an announcement of it, but I also know I have it somewhere. So
yeah,
give me just a second.
You're good. You're good. The drone work from Obey is at least doing its thing, making sure everything's clear. Right now is about the time where you wish you had someone that could just sneak right up those stairs, get hidden without the drones finding them. Because Obey now knows there's 2 minutes on board, and they can just hard push site for the full 2 minutes. You don't have to worry as much. You can take the time to set up your preps, get your hatches open, get your floors open, maybe find an easy free pick from it. And at the end of the day, just walk away scot-free. A floor bang attempt here to be made by Andy. He sees that guy just chilling on cams, finds the Valkyrie cams with his IQ gadget, and he's just pinging. Hey, they're all watching us on cameras right now. Go for a rush. There is at least some attempt towards it as Kex rips a round from down below. Trying to find Baddie's, not able to land him though, and he does take a bit of damage in return. Losing their main stairs camera now due to a grenade. They have the main hatch open for kitchen. Moto's open as well. Here comes Popify though, hoping to hit himself for a roam. They don't know he's off site. He has now upstairs control, and he's gonna start himself a retake. And this could get ugly for the Obey team if they have no idea. The Eugen's pressing forward to try and take stock. Has the Yings in hand, but Popify is right there to shut him down. Now that he has the retake, Baddies is able to hit the quick headshot though. That was a mile off, and that's where the R4C tends to find its play. Bars is in, escape tunnel coming through dirt now. 4v3, they just got to play for trades, and they have Jeff Sicko locked in and hidden into this corner. As the flashbangs come up, he has no chance but to escape. He does get away safely to cover. However, Kex coming up. He is pinged out by cameras, and Baddies is there to shut him down now. 2v4. Jeff Sicko finds the trade onto Bars. It is now all down to Quex, who has coverage above him, provided by Baddies. Sorry. And a drop down rush by a Dexy for the plant. Andy gonna finish off that kill. The play from the kitchen hatch is there, and Quex just misses the shots. Not able to close it out. We are going all the way for map 2. What are they feeding these teams?
Sorry, excuse me, in that little break. I did confirm, yes, he had, I think, a 2.0 flat. I'd have to check, but it might be a 2.03. Which is nuts. I know, right? Like, he had, I think, arguably the greatest, I think, recorded stat line in a season, only behind, like, what, playoffs Andy's term back in season 5, I think. Where he had like a 2.07 KD through the entirety of playoffs, which is nuts. But no, Squirtle that was the reason I think that sometimes people didn't look at Quex, is because the dude Quex was great. He had like a 1.7. Like, this was not a bad, this was a generational season from the dude. It's just that someone had the greatest recorded season in history on a team that, whether you like it or not, was fielding a very washed sprays under that condition. And they still went to grand finals off of essentially just Squirtle dropping what was close to 14 a game.
I'll say I think Squirtle was absolutely nuclear that season. Like, I want to know the X9 season. I don't remember it off the top of my head. I know there was a reason that we always called him the greatest rookie and the greatest what-if story. I just don't remember what his season was, but I don't want to say that Squirrel may have outshined it, but he might have honestly done that.
I mean, it was certainly, I think, something we thought about. He didn't play in all of his games, though. I think he missed one game, but you wouldn't know because he also, I think, has the most kills of any player for that season. Because what did he drop? First game in with the team, 21 in a game, 8-6. Second game, 10-5, just light. Next game, in a 7-1 set, he went 7-2. Then he dropped 7-5. 8-9, 9-6. Oh yeah, sorry. Then when it mattered, 15-4.
Yeah, those stats
12.
are unbeatable.
Yeah, like the dude. I think I'd have to look back at my old finals notes, but I'm pretty sure he averaged like 13.8 a game. Like, the dude was averaging what some people would consider like a career high as a role player.
Yeah.
Like, some people would love to achieve that in one game, and he was dropping it back to back to back to back to back.
Well,
and yet, I think he was the only player.
It looks like they're bunkering in, which is kind of what we see 907 pull on that last round. I don't know about you, but I really don't like a defense that bunkers for basement, because as soon as your attacking team knows that it is all clear upstairs, they get that ollie oxen free call. It just means that they can aggress for 2 minutes straight onto a basement. They can pick hatches. They can pick you apart from up above. There is no reason to be really worried at all about time. I think Obey may have shot themselves in the foot just a little bit here.
It is certainly something to worry about, and I'll quickly just want to say that there's a likely chance we're going to see one of the first skylands ever where 2 players had the highest career kills ever recorded from just 2 players themselves. And Jeff Sicko's going to aggress. Baddies will find it. Huge pick there to at least maybe try to curb that aggression from the side of 907 and just buy them a second more.
If we see Eugen's pick this next 4, we'll see dual 20 bombs in a game, by the way.
I think that's the first ever, actually, if it did happen. And Popify's going to find a huge one into Andy's term. F2 will go nuts, and that'll give actually a pretty big pick going away, as the Chanka is going to stop what would have been a large amount of delay. But with that gone, comes a much easier attack onto here.
Yeah, this attack is, I mean, it's starting to line up a little bit slow. They are burning a lot of time here. We're now down to a minute left in. Batty's being ripped apart, though. That is a mix of blue stairs pushing him, and up above, Popify going deep down for Eugens. Finds the 3K as Batty's gets taken. There will go Boris, and Papa pulls the 4K for a 907-8-7 victory map 2. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an overtime that could feed a small African village.
And with that beautiful overtime, you will catch 907 now going up 2-0 in a banger. And now you put that side of WildBoyZ on that back end.
I mean, that I don't think we're gonna see better games than what we're looking at right now. Like 8-7 on Clubhouse is a insane stat line, but it's all about how good this map plays. I mean, it's always been a good one. Next map up will be Consulate now. Between these two teams, it's a hard one to win on. I mean, it's a map I really don't enjoy. How about you? I don't know. I just know last time I seen like a Dexy play with Jeff Sicko and those guys on Consulate, we had to rate the stream as a rated X movie. It was a weird one. I'm hoping though that we see some good lock-in from both these teams. Waiting to see what they're waiting on to start here. We haven't received anything from the admins about here's the notice for MVPs or Hall of Fames or anything like that. I was kind of waiting on, to get a confirmation that they want us to share that.
Bit of a leak. Not like anything crazy, not like a Hall of Fame leak, a player leak. Player moving.
Who's moving?
Squirtle.
To 907?
Officially. Officially.
I was going to say, I know after that Spartans loss to them the other day, he was extremely heated. And he's been saying in chat for a while, if you can't beat him, join him. We've seen the update hit over in Champions League, I believe, already, as he made it official there. And it was a bit of a joke going around between him and Jeff of, officially picking Squirtle up. But I think now that they're confirming it, Squirtle to 907, ladies and gentlemen, this team just got a whole lot scarier.
And as I say that, I think there's also one rumored departure, but there's some backing behind it. Quack's moving possibly.
I heard that WildBoyZ is trying to pay him.
It is. I don't know a lot, so this is mostly rumors from what I know, but it is not a guarantee, but there is at least some. What's the word? There is a small chance. But there's also a chance that the pickups come from tournament scene and with a name significantly bigger than anyone else that's ever touched League.
I've heard a lot of rumors about teams like shuffling around. I know that WildBoyZ has just announced, I believe, a partnership. Am I right? Is that something you are a part of that you know about that you want to talk about?
Oh, okay. So Brian was talking about it early. We'll speak on what is public because I don't want I can't leak anything.
I know they made some of it public already. I don't know how much though.
Okay, yeah. So RPL and WildBoyZ is currently in the works of a partnership. It is official that is in the works. In what form? There could be a lot of things that could happen. One of them could be a new server, like just a full new server. One of them could just be an official league where this is RPL and WildBoyZ, at least for the league, are one in the same. Or possibly an acquisition. But that's all alleged. No actual confirmed. And I'm not going to confirm anything.
Well, these teams are ready to go, and we're going to be moving into map 3. It is Consulate, and away we go.
You'd be the second largest console entity.
We are back into it. Cards, my man. How do you feel about Consulate?
Well, it's a personal favorite for me and my enjoyment of how maps play out. It is certainly a weirder one for both of these teams. We've seen them both dominate in some cases, and we've also seen some of the weirder stat lines from players. So going into this, I would maybe expect some of the top players that we saw before, maybe drop down a little bit, maybe the more experienced or more support-oriented guys. And someone like Dark specifically could rise way up in those kills here.
I'm just getting radio message in from HQ. The DME versus Beyond for D2 Finals has completed in a 3-map clean sweep for DME, going 7-5 on Border, 7-2 on Nighthaven, 7-2 on Cafe. That looks like it was one heck of a game that was very one-sided, but at the end of the day, it should have been a slugfest between them.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really. It's DME. I think that they're probably one of the faster rising teams, and I think that that entire group, whoever decides to field, I do really trust the group there over there to really make a good team.
Oh, absolutely. I'm hoping that they're able to pick things up a little bit on their side. I want to give a massive shout out to Clicks, my man, bringing in an 8-person raid, bumping the numbers up a little bit, bringing over all the D2 watchers, the D2 enjoyers. Come see how the big dogs play. For Consulate, map 3, 907 with advantage. We are heading into it with an upstairs defense right away.
It should be one of the more interesting ways to play, and it should be a very big statement-based round where I think that it's always momentum. We've seen it before. We saw the same reason that Obey was able to get themselves into an overtime despite that massive round gap in the beginning. It's all about the momentum with this team. So I think these early rounds are so important to get off in the right start to show that Obey is still that, or excuse me, WildBoyZ is still that team. The players are still perfectly locked in despite maybe a 2-map loss, and that this is still a close series.
So you keep doing what I'm doing, and you keep calling them Obey, because I hate to be that guy. They are Obey. Like, they're the WildBoyZ main primary roster, but they are Obey at heart.
It's the Obey team that we got to go by official names now. I got to lock in.
Nah, I'm always going to call them Obey. They're still the old OG boys. I love them to death. Bar's getting first opening pick there on a dark. And like we said, the oddity of this map, we're expecting some heavy spawn peaks, some vertical action. We do see Bar's trying to shotgun down into main, kind of Visa's side. Jeff Sicko making entry on West Piano. A walk down, though. Papa has no idea as Baddies pulls up right behind him.
And I will say quickly in between the action, Andy's term just straight up ran besides him. And in the middle of that, Quex finds Baddies for what is a nice one-player advantage for the side of WildBoyZ. And certainly one of the weirder starts around we've seen in quite a bit.
No, absolutely. Jeff playing below. I mean, I've never really seen a Knock try and play vertical, but, you know, it's definitely a play.
It's a play.
It's a play of all time.
Yeah, if you're going to think about plays that happen in this, I think a Knock playing below is certainly at least up there with one of the more memorable. But I mean, the next one will be... shoot.
I tend not to think about plays that happen on Consulate, because last time I seen a Consulate play happen, it was a Dexy with his legs up on the piano.
I know you're talking about too. Yeah,
You've
it
seen
is
the
one of the
screenshot.
weirdest maps. Yep. It's one of the weirder maps overall, but I think it can still show a lot of fun skill and also a tie-up. Now with 907 getting themselves in a much more favorable position in that, minute left point.
Oh yeah, Jeff wants to make this aggression up these Visa stairs. He has the gun for it. He's a little bit hidden. However, he needs to be scared. Eugens was playing right there, and honestly, you could see him prepping the swing off of sound calls alone. Not making the actual movements for it, though. Kex taking control of the suicide balcony. You have to take that catering control and start to execute off of it. However, everybody else around the map needs to be in position before you climb through here, as a Dexy needs cleared, Andy needs cleared. Those are two must-have picks before you can go in there. And Jeff Sicko's going to find Eugens as he makes the sprint up for Visa. Andy's sitting long desk mate trying to find him, rotating over towards vending. A Dexy still just waiting for that guy catering. And Andy has no idea what horrors await him on the other side of that doorway.
But he just barely escapes in time with that 10 seconds left. This is where all of it's going to come down. Andy's is going to go aggressive and get the swing. Jeff Sicko's unbelievably low, but still the pick isn't found quite yet. A Dexy at least find his. And in that last couple seconds, there's so little time for plant, and at least it seems WildBoyZ will close out that first round.
I mean, that all came down to those micro aggressions and movements. 907 just didn't really, I don't think, communicated how they wanted to push that style out, as it was a very diversified and spread out push. They needed to kind of lock it in, take one side map control, move that yellow side around a little bit, and get up there and take a plant. That mirror being popped, I don't think Quex was quite prepared for it.
Yeah, and I think the more prevalent issue, I think, for a lot of these aggressive teams is that Consulate is, at first, and in general, a map that prefers IGLs. It prefers these more complicated ideas and pushes. But both of these teams are known to be Mach 10 aggressive. So it does lead to, once again, these very weird games where you're going to see pushes that maybe don't make the most sense in general, but you're going to see, maybe sometimes a beautiful 4K because of a gap that'll be found.
We see a little bit of the rage out from Popify. Zaholi goes, why is Popify that gunny? Popify goes, stop holding the angles, buddy. I loved a little bit of banter.
You took the words right out of my mouth. The Ken is Unreal on day one. No, I mean, at the end of the day, this is sort of makes Consulate is. It feels like, in general, most of these teams don't have the craziest chem. They're league teams, yes, they play together, but they're not knowing each other like a CC team. Exactly. Which does mean a lot of random stuff will happen. You're going to see, once again, random walk-ups, random angles, or maybe that one screenshot that shall not be named because, good lord. But I think it'll all come into a very eventful, at least, map 3.
Who just hit my line? Okay. I have no new info yet to give on any Hall of Fames or anything. Ah, my.
You're still not?
No, still nothing.
Tweedledee. What?
What?
Damn. No, I'm so astonished.
I know. I love when I flip to Ewan's. Good old Zaholi over here pulls out the Solus, looks, and he can see 8 pieces of utility as everybody drop their drones at one time on the main side of the map.
At least you know where the spot is coming from, I suppose. And a good angle being held, Annie's German is going to find Jeff Sicko in the middle of the madness. And certainly in one of the weirder angles I've seen to start off with.
I mean, Ewan's laying that exact same pressure now out onto Popify. Quex trying to play aggressive and coming here. However, that, just map side beeper, that little one, it's a typical common run-in spot, is covered. Just the metal detectors, keeps giving his push in away. However, Keck's going to take advantage of these guys' confusion and dives himself straight upstairs, getting a pick up on Zaholi. They now start taking that vertical control. However, Adexi is still playing off-site, and up comes Andy's turn, ready to poke and prod Spiral Stairs.
It's at least being done as it should. WildBoyZ feel complete, and as I say that, Kex easily finds the advantage to be evened. And a pretty necessary pick overall for 907. You cannot try to go into a post plant already down a person, because it just makes it so you have so little guns up in that actual plant scenario.
Well, they need to get this drone economy just a little bit better. Get some people watching them. Because Adexi still free roaming since the start of this round. We now have Baddies making himself a retake, coming up Spiral, putting shots onto Kex. Here comes Dark trying to make himself a presence known. Coming around, Kex now 1 HP, goes down to the gunshots. And with the shotgun coming out, Quex will find Baddies though. Whew, I thought that was going the other way.
Dark goes down quite literally the second any of it happened, but the finish does not come. Instead, you're just going to see 2 players that are unbelievably low, but not quite the advantage, at least for the WildBoyZ.
I mean, a 2v3, you do have the HP advantage over them. Look at Siege, not really as in a matter of how many bodies you're up, but look at their HP. You know it takes at least maybe a quarter bar to get an even fight swing. A 50-50, it can go either direction, not quite in your favor. Right now, Kex and Dark both lose that advantage. Whatever gunfights they take, they have to maybe take the jump or pray for the opening headshots. And Dark now, I mean, just playing around here, has at least some utility to pop. But there's Burst proving my point just a little bit as he finds that kill onto Kex. Now, Quetz has got to drop. With 10 seconds, though, Obey's going to win round 2 of map 3. Unless, nah, Andy, Adexi is just dipping out of there.
I mean, as much as we might hate on it, it is the smart play there. Just, you have the numbers, the diffuser's in the middle of nowhere, just run away.
Oh, yeah.
Which I can respect, especially from a team that is known to be aggressive like Obey. That maybe isn't the first thought coming to mind.
What we're going to do is next round, whenever we do bans, you're going to talk about the bans. I'm going to go fill up my glass of water because I am getting parched.
Fair enough.
But I can't leave because I'm the observer. So I can't go mid-round to do it.
All right, it's fine. Yeah, okay. I can handle it.
All right. Be good. No swears. I'm gonna come back. My stream's gonna be banned. Card's gonna drop 5 hard Rs and just get me banned immediately.
Oh, that's the method. This is the method.
Get rid of the caster competition.
Yeah, just eliminate the competition in one go. Nah, trust, you know, I need to get on the cast for some reason. Trust, I have some opinions I need to speak on.
What kind of opinions?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
I think the kind of opinions that you wouldn't enjoy on stream.
Oh.
Demonetized. Taken every single strike in the book taken on you.
So funny
that
enough,
even kick what they know do.
This stream was already demonetized for the simple fact I left ads off for it. It's probably gonna be one of the highest performing streams viewer wise, because I mean we were averaging like 30 to 40 that whole like setup of last map and most of this map. But to me, it's a grand finals. This is for the people. Screw the money.
I'm not gonna lie, I respect that thought. But I am a broke teenager, and I need to pay for the DoorDash somehow. Something like 3 minutes of ads on the hour.
I am a broke 23-year-old, and I have to pay for a motor and a dirt bike possibly. But at the end of the day, I'm only making like $3. Even if we have 30 or 40 people watching, maybe $5. It's not worth it.
I love the hate, but honestly, it's a respectable cause.
Well, I got a couple brand deals that may push through here soon. I'm working on. I'm hoping they do.
All three soon.
What?
But either way, it is a relatively traditional start for the team in general. And Dark is the one once again on the hard support here, doing his job well enough, getting his body and work done. But maybe too, I think not his knowing the Adexi was just hiding in the corner and found a pick, but Jeff Sicko takes it right back, getting rid of bars.
I mean, the only thing we can sit here and look at this game and say, Papa, get a kill. Come on, Big Papa.
This has certainly been a bit of a weaker season for him. As I say, that Baddies is at least going to find Kex, but overall, I think that he's slowly found his position encroached on just by a lot more people coming in. Buddha was significantly more passive in his sort of reign of 907, which gave Popify that number 2 role. But then Dark came in and took a lot of picks. Then Jeff Sicko came in and took even more picks. I didn't think he's still a great player, but I feel like every single time we see a new acquisition, his position and his role becomes just slightly less aggressive, slightly less important, if you will.
See, I don't know. I've always seen Popeye kind of as that primary frag role for them. Like, anybody they add in takes the secondary, and then whoever was secondary gets moved on to flex. Like,
I don't know. I think,
I
in
just don't know
my
if he has a
personal
consistency.
opinion, yeah, at least Quex is going to find Baddies. They're a pretty important pick to even it back up, but in my opinion, Popify is kind of washed. He's still good, don't get me wrong, but his compared to last season, he's not even really what he used to be.
Oh, bro, if he heard you say he's kind of washed, he would drop an ace the next round. I'm just saying right now, like, that's the kind of player he is. If he hears, oh, Popify is washed, buddy, you better believe he's coming back hard. Dexy putting up 5 kills without a bullet even touching him as Jeff Sicko will go down. Down to the 2v3 right now. Things are kicking off upstairs. The clear is being made. However, there are 2 C4s on board, and there are 2 guys standing. They could play a game of catch. It just wouldn't be very pretty.
I mean, it at least looks to be a pretty easy cleanup for the side of WildBoyZ, but don't count out 907 quite yet. You still have the original duo, the one that dominated last season, in Quex and Popify. But with 20 seconds left, their odds are getting pretty slim here. You're looking for a bit of a miracle.
That is one thing I was actually kind of hoping to see in SXL if it continued on, was something about duos. As I'm saying that, Dexy for his 3K shutting down Popify. Quex now with 2 seconds, not really anything to do. He feeds one to Eugens, and this one goes 3-0 already in the favor of WildBoyZ. I think Jeff Sicko's seen you saying that, you know, all roads lead to Abu Dhabi and decided, yeah, we're going to go all map 5.
Hey, listen, maybe it can mimic what was probably one of my favorite finals in a long time with the THL finals, if you remember that.
I do. Give me 2 seconds,
were...
then we'll talk about it. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about the bands. I'm getting
now,
water.
Bands overall, you should probably expect that a zombie, maybe a little bit of electricity in there. A band, it would certainly be likely. We're going to come out with Kokobi and Mira. Both very respectable bands in their own right, and no one's really going to hate on either. That roam clear is always important. Same with that Mira. So not a big surprise. We always know how powerful Mira can be on a lot of these sites with those angles, and even on a roam possibly if you're playing a first floor site and decide to play your second floor Miras on the upstairs. In Dokkaebi, this is arguably one of her best maps by the numbers. The roam clear is essential here, and she's the best for it. And it will force maybe that Deimos pick, which isn't as widespread, and will maybe give a bigger advantage to someone like Vigil, who is generally a liked operator by the entirety of Obey. So, WildBoyZ.
All right, I'm back.
Bans were Mira and Vigil. I was talking more about how, or not Vigil, Mira and Dokkaebi. Excuse me. Personally, I'm a very big fan of both, and I get why. I will say though, leaving Deimos as your big roam clear option probably isn't a good idea. When we know the general consensus for the side of WildBoyZ is they love Vigil, it doesn't leave a lot of options for the roam clear going forward.
I mean, Vigil does counter Deimos, though.
That's my issue, is I think that it just isn't what you need right now for 907. You needed to, I don't know, maybe, I don't think a Vigil ban was maybe the best decision, but you're just put in a situation here where I don't know what you can really do to stop what is an already exceedingly strong roam.
Right now, the first thing they need to do, lock a Dexy down and fry him. He's starting to kick out into a legacy playstyle. He's 6-0 over you. Nobody else really on this team is doing good.
I might have been wrong about the side of 907, maybe the hard sport going good over there, but it at least seems like I was right about a Dexy doing insane here. That experience does matter a lot more on a map that's so wide and so unique in terms of playstyle, and I think that we're going to see that pretty consistently, at least for the side of Consulate on both halves.
Oh yeah, I mean, we are into the second split here for Obey and what kind of defense they can set up and how they can rock with it. You know, we know that they're going to be feeling confident playing this out after winning those first 3 in a row, but this has to be that motion for 907 of, hey, we went down, now we need to see what we can do to climb out of it. You know, this is their season of F1. They got to climb out of the points deficit. And it's a possibility for them still.
Yeah, I mean, it is, I think, something you do have to truly worry about with the side of Obey. We know how strong they can be on the comeback, and once again, momentum is their game. And you're giving them a 3-0 start. It's a pretty terrifying prospect, all in all.
Well, that may be terrifying, but what's even scarier is we see Quex, Glock with the switch in hand, making his way up through Visa service stairs. And Eugen's is honestly a free pick for him, depending how he chooses to play this out. He continues on this slow creep and crawl. Eugen's is right there. He's free. Eugen's has no idea. Up comes Quex for one free one, tapping down the camera, grenading out, playing over, finding Barse as well. That is that hot play style that we expect out of 907. Now as he rotates forward, Quex has one right there, but Baddies gets the kill to shut him down. Andy's now coming up Visa on his own. But, however, that gives a wide opening for them. And Baddies going to say no, it didn't, as he slams the door on 907. Dark left to the 1v3. Baddies found his form again. 3 kills on this round. Can he keep that momentum and pressure up? I mean, it's all question marks here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the bigger issue now is you're just, once again, you're feeding the monster that is WildBoyZ. We know what they can do with the momentum, and you're giving them more and more momentum as it goes on, and Baddies with at least something here to work with. For what was a beautiful round for him, and just, I think, a scary prospect now for 907, as you're giving, once again, you're giving hope to a team that it thrives on it.
Yeah, they are just continuing to feed into that. If they get a clean 6-0 sweep here for their defense, I might be scared that this map's just going to immediately fall. And that could entail map 4 as well, pulling towards that WildBoyZ favor, because they just feed it. They feed it hard. And especially you have a Dexy right now who, I swear if I called him on his cell phone, he would be screaming in enjoyment.
Yeah, I mean, it's a scary thing to worry about. And with those big names, it still can sometimes feel like they're unbreakable. Like, these players never fail. But when they do go on the back end, it is a unique experience, because we don't generally get to see a team like 907 be down this much. We haven't seen them even lose, I think, 4 rounds in a row ever in SXL or SSL for that matter.
Actually,
they've never lost 4 straight.
Oh, have.
When? Was it Grand Finals?
It was one of their first Grand Finals, I believe. It was one of the final rounds of the game, or I mean, I think it might have been one of the final maps. They went down like 5 or 6, and they crawled it all the way back.
Yes, I remember a cafe, and then they locked in, and then I went crazy because Dark dropped like 16, 17, I think.
That is their playstyle. It is a criminal playstyle, dude. I'm telling you right now. It is absolutely nuts.
It is certainly a little insane. Wait. Season 6 stats? They might actually have the numbers.
I'll say, I don't think I was casting it. It was one I was watching. It may have been you. It was either you or
No, I think that was that was my year where I locked in and I had one big year for SSL, and then low-key fell off and went to PC a bunch. I'm not gonna lie.
That is understandable.
It was still a beautiful season, though. I mean,
look at this utility on Obey. They have 3 C4s and 4 impacts. What do you need that much explosive?
Yeah, you're gonna stop whatever's coming at you. I don't know if you think there's a tank possibly in the way, as there may be a new operator I didn't hear of. But at least Dex will find that first pick on a Popify. And I guess fuel the fact that maybe they do need 3 C4s just to really chuck it out there and see what's out there. You know, who needs intel when you have a mass explosive?
I was gonna say,
Dexy brought impacts too. His first and second utility is explosives.
I know.
There's no way.
The thing is, with that amount of explosive power, you know, you use it on this map, there's not going to be much map left standing. Oh, Quex takes one to the teeth, dude.
Kind of unlucky, too, as he was barely even aimed in at that. That was just a hip fire that did not go the way he wished. Kex will at least find Yoons, and it's still winnable, especially with the Charlie Whirly tech, or Below if you are back into that sort of thing.
It's the Below tech. We are old around here. All my viewers are old heads. We don't have the new school
guys. Get the Yonks out of here. Either way, Baddies takes down immediately. Maybe going to find them both, and literally just walks up the stairs, holds W, and pulls the trigger twice. No real failure there.
Was he doing the shotgun glitch, though? I think he did. That was sick. The one where it's like a reload cancel.
Yes. Which you don't ever see, honestly.
No, you really don't. Most people just let the animation play. Because the gun is so beautiful, you might as well.
Yeah, like... that is certainly, I think, one of the more unique ways to end a round. And a pretty terrifying prospect once again. You're giving fire to a team that is dominant with it, and that team is now up 5-0. This was the issue with bringing them to overtime. This is why I'm going to go back to this. Even though they lost the map, I am telling you that clubhouse drop was the worst thing they could have done. This is going to come back to bite them.
Oh, yeah. I got a good feeling that's a pivotal moment. That was one where you see the splinter off and Marvel, you know, that's the...
Yeah, like, you see the timelines differ. Yeah. But you could have seen the greatest 3-0 ever, and 907 becomes the GOAT team in any of console league, and with, you know, like, the greatest team ever, led by Blitto once, dominated, led by Jeff Sicko once, dominated. Quex is arguably in the GOAT conversation already within, like, 3 seasons. But does it branch off? Did you give WildBoyZ just a little too much hope? And is there a real chance that a team down 2-0 has not just a fighting chance, but a very, very real one?
Well, how many grand finals have you ever watched for CC?
Say it again?
How many grand finals have you ever watched for CC?
2.
2 of them? So in the 7 or 8 of them I've seen for when they were a part of 00, they had this thing. It was their niche. They would drop the first 2 maps like it was nothing, and 3-0 sweep. It was just something that team was known for because of the mentality of them. They were long-term players. They were all best friends. So a reverse sweep was just the average best of 5 for them. They would lose out on gun skill the first 2 maps, or just better, you know, outplayed here and there. But they would just mentally have themselves better prepared for that long haul fight. And it's going to be interesting to see, will 907 or Obey have that mental fortitude that those teams possess? As these guys both really never see the full best of 5 experience.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even really seen them go farther than that map 3, so if they at least take this one, it'll hopefully be history for the side of 907, and we'll always be glad to have that. But as I say that, Adexi gonna go down, but Baddies at least find Quex. Baddies with another on the Jeff Sicko, and at least the fights are going strong for them so far.
Well, that's their win con at Dexy dead. We see Papa get the rotate out around, finding Baddies just in the nick of time to keep Dark standing. Dark letting that DMR go, trying to find through the wall that is Eugen's up there, now tucking himself into catering. Bars playing down below, up through the feet holes to provide some coverage. But Andy needs to be the one to watch for here. Eugen's jumping out. Bars kills his own man, but finds that kill onto Papa. And they will still get the revive off. Dark really should have maybe made that push over and try to be aggressive to give yourself some man advantage. But I get a feeling we're going to see a 6-0 split here for map 3.
I mean, it's a scary, scary prospect here, but I feel like if there was any time ever to put up a meme in your stream, it would be the All Roads Lead to Rome meme with that damn music. It just had an Obey logo in the clock.
I was going to do the All Roads Lead to Abu Dhabi with the screaming Max Verstappen with Obey's logo over his face.
Low-key, I feel like you gotta do the other meme, like the actual like traditional one that, like the music that played with it.
I don't have that one.
It was like more eerie. Low-key, I might gotta send the audio because like it just feels fitting at this point.
Nah, it'll be fine.
You know, even though you're down 2-0 right now, this is sort of what I mean is that you can't really count on Obey. They're never really a team you can really count out in any situation, and this is why, because you gave them hope. And this is once again that one drop. Is this going to lead to a map 5 because you did one aggressive drop?
Well,
and a hipfire kill for Dark at least. That'll be the first of his, but with no defuse in hand, this one is significantly over. And Eugen's will finish with now 2 different kills at the very end of a game, or at the very end of a round, just farming.
They just keep handing Eugen some kills there.
Yeah, like they're just trying to get this man his KD boost.
However, we do see now 907 get their defense out. Maybe they just hate attacking this map. I mean, I've seen it before.
Do they hate attacking so much that it's a 6-0?
Yeah, I've seen them do that before.
I mean, if they can pull that off, that would be generational.
Yeah, they are a how do I word this? They're a one-off team. There's no one like them. They make these weird, random, stupid, goofy plays. Most of the time, even in the grand finals, they're sitting there screaming memes at one another just because they got bored and decided to.
Also, I had to reconfirm. Sorry, I did not mean to interrupt. But Squirtle was, in fact, not a 2.0 KD. I miscounted on my own end. He averaged 2.0 KD on some maps. He was actually a 1.7 KD, dropping 73 in 6 games, I think.
Huh. That's still insanely impressive, though.
Yeah, 1.7 KD. I think that's the highest kills, too, despite missing his first match for Redemption.
No, I believe Pickles might hold the kill leader. Or ISO.
Yeah. Or no, I'm talking about that season, not all time. I'm pretty sure it's... I want to say it's someone from 5.2 that holds the season-long record. Records. It is ISO. Yeah, it's ISO.
I was gonna say, I think it was ISO.
Such a time. 87. Good Lord. Squirtle was on pace, and then he kind of just stopped paying attention in games and just kind of sold the record.
Rumor has it ISO might come back to League again.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, but on the other end, I don't know. It feels like a bit... It does, honestly. He succeeded a lot in tournaments compared to League, and it feels like he could come back, sure. And maybe that, League playing time renewed him, but I just don't know where his place would be or what team he'd even go to. Because it feels like 5.2 is sort of moving on from their old regime.
Well,
I mean...
Rumor had it. It's either going to be he comes back to 5.2 to be with the CC stack, or he was going to Obey. He is not going to Obey. That was some of the rumored around stuff that was talked about.
I know 5.2 isn't taking him back. Likely.
Probably not, no.
At least from what I've heard from Stretch. Obey certainly isn't, especially if some rumored acquisitions go the way that they should. So we'll see, is what I'll say. We'll see.
You gotta DM me these rumored
we don't know if he's coming back yet. So, yeah.
I'm quite interested.
It'll be something certainly to watch in the off season.
No. You're just gonna tell me as soon as we get done streaming, or while we're streaming. Just DM me. The
With
rush
what?
plant coming. Baddies is in, but it's a fake out there. Bars comes in into admin office with diffuser still in hand for him. Baddies will go down. We now see a complete collapse of Obey as 907 starts to pick the round momentum into their favor. Eugen's jumping up through Spiral, getting one, but Kex there for that long angle. Andy into the 1v4. Oh, I mean, that was a hot attack that just flipped. Not the way we expected it to.
It's not a good look, but what I'll say is there's 5 more rounds here for Obey to just find one singular spark.
That's all they need is that one little spark. Creates a fire.
Yeah. However, as I do say that though, 907 is still a team that loves themselves some momentum. So even if you lose, let's say they do, if you can get 3 or 4 rounds in here and this turns into a 7-4, suddenly it's not that bad of a loss and there's a lot to come back from.
You need to tell me. Tell me right now.
That I'm not doing that.
Yes,
High
you
C
are.
will put me. High C will crucify me.
Hizzy,
Actually,
I know you're watching. Tell me the new Obey pickups. I need to know.
I didn't think he's.
I need to know if
What?
they're a team I should sit here and start trying to watch for more, or
No, it's don't look into it. Don't look into it.
no.
they're
I
all
need-
alleged.
I'm
They're
looking it up.
rumored.
I'm
No,
looking-
you're not,
I'm-
because
I'm
there's
messaging
they
Hizzy
don't
right now.
exist. They don't exist.
Nope, I
They're
already
not a
messaged
thing.
Hizzy. Nope. I already said Cards told me who they were, but didn't tell me their exact their exact names. I need it for overlays. What do you want
Excuse? I didn't tell you nothing. I just said they
Cards,
exist.
guys,
They're-
right now, Cards has already told me who they were. They are actually picking up Ashen and Stompin'.
Can you imagine Obey picks up Stompin'? Yeah, guys, totally fair.
I mean, there was a point, I think Synergy had Stompin' and Mingo on it.
Well, like I think like literally a span of like a week. Yes.
No,
I
they
think had.
played a couple matches. Like, there was a good time where they were actually going into game.
I don't think it was Stompin', no. I think Stomp was only on there for like a week or two, from what I remember. But that was also before my time.
Honestly, I think he played like 2 or 3 games with them, but he said he wasn't taking it seriously, so he would run like shotgun and pistol, you know, he wouldn't actually go for kills.
He'd still win. I mean, I have no man to hate. But at least on the fun side for WildBoyZ, we do get to see a relatively pick that hasn't even happened all too much as of recent, which is that blitz. And in pretty perfect timing, a blitz shot comes in. Yoons is going to find the pick. And the aggression apparently is the plan. Is, despite the warden being there, the shield likely is the run-in. Popeyes going to find that first pick. For at least it's that on a 7 on the baddies.
I bet Jeff's wishing he had AC4 right about now. He will start to try and blow open that pipe behind the blitz. Forces him out, forces him away. Here comes Jeff now, sprinting right past the guy at his door, giving a free one to a Dexy, and the blitz is now coming up after him. Quex and Kex roaming together. The 2 twins are there. And where's Blitz? Well, he ran back down yellow straight into where Papa Fi was waiting for him. Bars is burning his holes through garage, has some weird little pixel angles, and here comes a Dexy. Big, sexy Dexy pushing yellow.
Love the reference there. I do actually think that the angles from Bars could be huge, but I don't think there's really going to be a swing from there. If I'm not mistaken, Popeye might have just barely seen them out of the corner of his eye, and he does. I just think it's going to be a bit of a passive play and a pretty big disadvantage to make up for the side of WildBoyZ.
Hey, if I tell you who they picked up, will you send me $5?
No.
If I tell you.
Sure.
XMAP, JBA, Uke, Adexi, Bars, ISO, Andy, Snoozy, Baddies.
Oh no, that's the current roster-ish. I'm talking about new, like never been on the team. You're not finding it. You're not finding the pick. You're not finding the pickups. Either way, Bars is going to be the last one alive in the 1v3. Try to scrap it together and maybe get a nice little end win here. All roads lead to at least one more round for the side of 907.
Hey, there could be another round. However, 907 could throw their bodies here. Nah, I was not saying that. Kex just decides to clutch it up and make me feel stupid.
Yeah, maybe one of the most absurd ways to... Say it again?
Zach Vexel just dropped a follow.
Who?
Zach Vexel. He was at the Butler lane, casted with Sinnoh. I've casted with Zek and Icor a couple
Oh.
times. Dude, have you ever heard him cast a game? Let me...
Are you going to crucify me if I say no?
He has this, like, super sultry voice. Just sounds absolutely beautiful when he casts. Dude,
That sounded a little freaky.
Have you ever watched UFC?
Oh, I know. No, I know who this. I know who Zach's. Okay, never mind. That took a second.
Have you ever watched the UFC?
Like, sure, yeah.
You know the announcer?
Sure.
You know the guy who, like, they hand the mic, he walks around the ring? And in this corner, we have... That is what Zek sounds like. Weighing in at 223 pounds.
I mean, certainly the niche reference of the day. But yeah, I know what you mean. All right.
Dude, if you don't know who that guy is, like, that voice...
Bro, I know the voice. I'm just like, that was the most random thing in terms of referencing I've heard in a bit. I don't know half these guys by name. Like, you just got to tell me who they're associated with.
Okay.
I'm weird like that.
Oh.
I'm not going to lie. Oh.
Looking up, too, we have Mr. Jaden in chat, our MVP nominee, the Rookie of the Year, Mr. Jaden.
Yeah, had probably one of the more fun seasons we've ever seen from a guy, and a little disappointing how the side of Unwanted end, but still a really fun season for him and for the team nonetheless.
Ooh, split floor site. This is an oddity. Maybe 907 is trolling. Maybe they're memeing. Maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe they have a plan. Split floor is something you tend to avoid, though.
I've seen them on this before. They have actually practiced this and played this. So this isn't an entire throw. But I will say this is certainly one of their weirder picks. However, it does have a pretty large amount of success when they do pick it.
I mean, to be fair, it makes sense because piano is super easy to aggress. And we've seen this on PC teams. They pick these weirder one-off sites because teams aren't prepped and know how to push it.
Yeah, and I will say there's a slight chance right now that if they go aggressive, they can maybe get an early plant in. That doesn't look to be likely. Instead, it seems to be that basement clear that you know relatively well on this site, and what is probably one of the harder clears actually in terms of just the amount of stuff you have to do.
We do see a Dexy trying to get up and active in here with that LMG. Putting rounds out. Quex takes a ton, but Dark with the C4 to shut him down. At least that's baddies off board. That's one of our top fraggers of the night. EMP's coming out. Wall will come ripped open. Let's see how they intend to push this one forward.
Dark is just immediately caught in his worst position possible here. He has so many angles he has to watch, but the opportunity for him to go massive is huge here. All those bodies lining up, and said Kex will be the one to take the pick. And he'll find Yoons in the madness.
What they need to watch for, though, is Andy, who is up and aggressive, dropping this to a 3v3. Jeff has got to make the smart but safe play. Running up onto Andy. Andy sprints forward, trading out some rounds. Just did not wait for that echo to go off and stop him and stun him in his place. There's the 3K for Andy as Bars picks it up to shut him down. WildBoyZ win map 3, 7-2. And we will now be going on to a map number 4. Oh, dear God. I think WildBoyZ have locked in.
I'm telling you, they're a scary team when you give them hope. Also, I'm just saying, Whiskey actually typed in your chat. The glorious, glorious people themselves.
Yeah? Whiskey's always in my chat. We play
the
5M
the
together.
subtle flex.
We play GTA together.
I don't want to hear it with you. Just silence, bro. Silence.
What? He plays ranked with me, too. I carry him. It's fun. Alrighty. Let's get a brief map overview here as WildBoyZ wins that one out. We move on to Chalet. When's the cards and 4 boxing match? Right after this one ends, actually. I'm gonna take him out back and beat him.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the back of a Waffle House to make it as standard as possible.
Authentic.
Yeah, authentic.
Yeah, hey, Whiskey showed you up. Bruce Buffer isn't niche. Bruce Buffer is well known.
Silence, bro. Silence. I don't want to hear that.
All right. So next up is Chalet. Not sure who has the defense here, as I believe they are actively still figuring that out in match chat. That's kind of what the teams do for one another. But what are you thinking for the next one?
I love WildBoyZ Chalet. I love how they play. They tend to do a lot of shields. So I would even expect maybe a double shield ban if 907 has done their homework. And if not, I would expect possibly a double shield not being a super uncommon comp on the attack side. Clash has been worked in, and they just love a lot of these, I guess you'd call it more annoying holds. So you expect maybe a Goyo, a Malusi, a Bandit isn't super uncommon. If the Cade is there, they'll take it, but it's likely going to be a ban. So that's at least what I think for the side of WildBoyZ, which is more my expertise. But what do you have for 907?
For 907, honestly, I predict if they get that defense first, we will be seeing probably a hard breacher ban in the form of either probably Ace, as well as following that up. Man, their next ban is always weird. I'd say more or less a Dokkaebi. We know 907 tends to bring more of a roam presence on a map that's more condensed like this. For Obey, I want to see them ban out your normal traps, as well as, hear me out here, either a Kaid and Tubarão, or get rid of the Mira or Azami. Either of those four, two of them have to go immediately. They are all very powerful for this map. That Mira just condenses so much of the holds. She's a pivotal unit for every single setup you can think of, from upstairs to rotates to just hold off defenses. Kaid, he's a bag of tricks. He has a good shotgun, which we've seen Adexi absolutely abuse. Has amazing utility, and a C4 to boot. You can't beat it.
It is certainly a strong kit, and I'll give you that. I think that neither of them will commit to a two-brow ban. As smart as it maybe is long-term thinking, banning that away is, I think, certainly just something that you don't normally see on console. It's a very niche ban if it is done, but it is very smart.
Well, you do realize, though, we're playing with two very fast-paced teams. Tubarão loves Chalet. This is basically, I want to say, a map you can almost design Tubarão around. His shutdown style just plays so well into that basement setup, denying wall play. You can see him upstairs playing beautifully to try and stop that kind of, I guess, top mez wall. Even, heck, set him up on the top mez itself to play for library, that DMR in hand, the one-tap machine that it is. You get the ACOG for that little bit of full room extension. He's got very good kit for how he is played. I tend to see him banned a lot for this map, but yeah, maybe not for this for these two teams. However, he plays so well against their fast-paced mentality.
I do like the pick if it does come in the ban specifically as well, but I'm just not, I don't know. I love the ban, but I don't expect it, is the logic I'm going to go with here. However, I do expect at least one of Mira and Azami are going to be off the board. They're always strong. This is arguably one of their best maps, and we have seen quite a bit of adaptation from the side of baddies on this map with a Azami in hand, so be very wary of that if it does come in.
Oh, yeah. I'm hyped for it. I'm ready. Hopefully these guys get back. I think Baddies said he was going to do something. I don't know for sure.
Mysterious player off doing a side quest.
I mean, he just said, "I'll be back, guys." It just dipped.
I guess we have ourselves a little bit of a waiting game, but who do you have taking this map for?
Honestly, these teams are like nitroglycerin. There's no telling, and they're gonna pop. So it's too unpredictable. I think 907, they're all roads lead to Rome. We're going map 5. They may let WildBoyZ take this one. However, 907 needs to keep the concern in their head that, hey, WildBoyZ feed off of momentum. They feed off of maps. You just lost 2-7 to them. They're going to feed that into maybe a 7-0 here, and they could make Border just an absolute toe-to-toe slugfest.
I think sadly, well, at least maybe for Double OG fans, I think WildBoyZ is going to absolutely realize this is going to be, I think, the greatest comeback we'll see in SXL history. I think we're going to see another win from them, much closer, I'll give you. I think we're maybe going to see an overtime win, something significantly closer. And then in that map 5, I think it is going to be closed out pretty single-handedly from the side of WildBoyZ and be probably the greatest completion of a 3-0 we've ever seen in terms of comeback.
I mean, you still have to worry about that old early day Obey team, though, where the 3-0 comeback was the standard. Every OOG team to exist, from CC to Jaegerist to the Order, they all carried through in that lifeblood of 3-0 comebacks. right now is one of the first times I think we've ever seen a double O team take an early aggressive lead in a finals. Let's just see if they're going to have that ability to close it out or if they've already lost that momentum and that touch. I mean, a 7-2 is definitely a mental banger here. And with Baddies taking his little AFK timeout break in between, it may be giving 907 that time to just kind of stew around and think about it.
Nah, trust. Baddies got broad, bro. He's taking the break to release the momentum. 907 bribing Baddies.
Bro, that's gonna be the next roster change. They're picking up not only Squirtle but Baddies.
Yeah, no. At that point, 907's too strong. Someone save us.
Yeah.
Someone call him, like, I don't know, Mingo, raid everyone. Just get the super team together somehow.
Yeah, I'll get my connections. Yeah, no, I called him already. I don't have any connections, so.
Hey, I have like one connection, and it's low key Buns. But I know Raid
Who is
relatively
it?
well. He's actually pretty. Raid. He's actually pretty nice.
No, my
Listen,
connections are
everyone
casters, so.
Bro, I swear, at least from what I've heard, that man is like the most hated player I've ever heard. But like, to like all the casters, everyone seems to enjoy him. He's a pretty nice person to anyone that's not a player.
Yeah, it's understandable. Baddies, would you hurry up and get back from your side quest?
This is a little impressive in a grand finals where it's already late, and I'm in Central. I have less. You know, I'm more time to work with.
I'm
yeah, y'all are.
I need to shower and go to bed. I'm hoping we don't see all 5 maps.
I need to study for chem, man. I'm screwed. This is more important. The cast is more important. Trust.
Nah, homework is more important. Whiskey, are you feeling sober enough to come cast with me? Or Zach, do you want to come cast?
Nah, hold on. Trust. I got this. I'll lock in. I don't need to get replaced and have my replacement absolutely school me in how to cast.
I would call Run, but I think Run's already in bed.
Low key real though. I hate it, but like, despite the fact that I'm, maybe a little bit younger, a nice early bedtime is not that bad.
Well, to be fair, Run is like 70 years old.
Damn.
And Whiskey is like 65, so.
You know what? Good for them. Getting into the siege, still loving the game. Yeah, we need some more unks around here. The console kids are scary. They say too many slurs.
That's one reason that right now, if you guys are paying attention to the stream, you can't hear anything from the game chat because, well, I don't trust people.
I'd hate, but like I can kind of get why. I'm not gonna. I had it on for one game in for a Roller Rivals game. I got suspended for a month on TikTok.
Yep.
Yeah. So we're abandoning that for just a little bit. At least for now, console can be a little bit too extreme for my taste. In terms of communications, that is.
Yep. I don't go in there.
What is he doing? I'm not in match chat, so I don't know the context, but like, is he like eating an entire meal?
I mean, he might be going and making Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, is that what he's doing? Is he just gonna show out a picture with a full turkey? Just like, give me a sec.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. I'll be back in an hour.
Yeah, it's gonna be like 2 a.m. That's almost as bad as like Cino's, bro. That man had what he thought would be a short game, short 3-0. Yep. And then he proceeds to see an entire map come back, and it's just like 2 a.m. with his co-caster.
Dude, him and his co-caster are building up some good chem. It's enjoyable to watch.
Sure. Yeah, Chaka, the newer person, she's awesome. I've never personally gotten to cast with her, but she seems very nice. So I haven't gotten that crazy roster of co-casters, but Cino has had like the Avengers to co-cast with, I swear.
I'll say, I think I've had a Riksha who is a player for Trident. He used to be on Malevolent. I use him whenever I could. I've casted with Whiskey Glitter once for 3Z, and he was actually supposed to come on tonight, but he said he wasn't feeling up to it, and I understand that. It's a grand finals, buddy. I understand you haven't seen very many of these. I'm pulling that string hard to laugh. Nah, he said he was a little bit busy tonight, so he wasn't able to jump in for it. I've had VX80 on here many times.
Mm-hmm.
I've casted with Zach, Bianca, and that's about all I can think of.
Yeah.
Now you. We'll have to get your face cam working because I need it for a picture.
Hold up. I can at least handle. I can get like a picture or something. Hold on. We're gonna figure this out.
Actually, let's see if we can get it maybe working now while we're in our tech pause waiting. Video Ninja. Create room.
Oh boy. Hold on. I'm actually gonna switch browsing. I was using Opera. I'm gonna just use something else because maybe it's that.
That honestly could be your issue because Opera blocks a lot.
They seem to do everything aggravating in life.
I love Opera.
I had to use Bing. Oh, I feel disgusting. Whatever. We'll work with it.
Yeah, so according to Mr. Hissy, the Ja himself, he might need like 6 minutes. Baddies went to go help his mama. Quex said it's been 15 minutes. Where's this man at?
Yeah, like I don't want to take any rounds because this is cinematic.
I'm not want to say it. It's grand finals. This could be the very last map. However, it is getting late. The players I definitely know would start getting annoyed for time torching this late into a grand finals. Like, to be fair, this game was supposed to be started the other day at like 6 o'clock.
Allow.
Yeah.
That is definitely not the camera. Emi smart cam.
Run is 70 confirmed. Hashtag heard it on Forescast. Hey man.
Oh, that's lucky. Kind of funny. Hey, did it work? We're on a new. I still don't see you. This doesn't seem good.
Yes, I can see you. Okay, hold on.
Oh my god, it took a half a decade. We got it working. I can't see you though.
Don't worry about seeing me. Let me go.
There's a real
swap
person.
it.
It's a
Yo!
miracle.
Yes! It's working!
Took a long time.
It's working!
What was I gonna say? Shit,
I'm just gonna quickly take a screenshot now and then end the stream because I don't need it anymore. Smile at the camera.
I'm kidding. I have a creepy ass smile.
Yeah, definitely. Don't. After you get like to 24 years old, never smile again. You won't be allowed near a school.
Respectfully, how old do you think I am? Let's do the mystery game.
I know that you are like 15.
16, close enough.
I think you came into the scene at 15, I think, right?
Yes, I came in right before my 15th birthday.
I remember that.
Yeah,
you're doing really good.
I'm just doing as I should. I probably should be doing more. I'm doing fine for my age. I'm just caught in the shadow of Sino because that motherfucker is doing everything at the age of like 17.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
He's speedrunning.
I can't pull my camera over. Oh well.
Uh-oh.
Never mind.
You're on I'm muting you on.
Oh no, I got it.
There. You got it?
Yeah.
Right,
I just turned myself back off. I was gonna join in so you could see me. However, you can't. So just watch the stream in like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I got the delay. Holy, all right.
Yeah.
Damn, what was I gonna say? I don't know. Yeah, Sino's a madman for how crazy he's moving at speed-wise.
Dude, he is making his way up through the ranks extremely fast, and I am really proud of him for it, dude. He's put in the work for it. He deserves it. All the good in the world coming his way.
He actually, this I will say, because I think he told quite a few people, he could have gone T1. There was an offer for him.
I know he quit casting for a while because of some issues with people.
Oh no, not that. But actually, that was something else.
Yeah.
I remember because he this is public, so you can check this. He actually got a offer to cast in Arab, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it was, yeah.
Yeah, so he could have somehow skipped every single stopgap in existence and casted T1 before the age of 18. That'd be the youngest by a mile, wouldn't it?
If I remember, he was doing stuff for like the APAC streams for Ubisoft for a while. Him and he had a co-caster with him. They pulled the both of them in, and they were the like English translation for the APAC streams, or not translation, but they were the English version of it. So it was them two in there. It was really cool for when he was doing it. He goes, the only issue is I got to be up at like 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning at random days.
Yeah, that's
Whenever these
miserable.
games happen.
I would lose it.
I'm sticking NA. I will not be swapping continents to take the leap forward.
Low key, I don't know. Maybe between like college or after college, I just go to something unbelievably random, and we do. I don't know. I start casting like Switzerland, go to like a crazy place.
Just instant Swiss. Hey,
It'd
Jeff
be fun,
said,
that's not lie.
and I quote, "We're shutting this bee down. Just wait." So it seems like they may have been just goofing around on that last one.
Of course. All right, let's see the lock in, and are we hopefully good to start?
No, wait, maybe Baddies is back in. Let's hit him with a, "Hey guys, casters are ready for Chalet."
Please start soon. We want to exist and have sleeping.
Yeah, please
I wanna
fix
sleep,
now
baby.
so I can sleep. Yeah, we're going into Chalet.
Thank God.
Opera is what I run all my streaming through. But we are now back into this game. How are you feeling, my good man?
I just saw the picture of the raccoon you put up. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I'm enjoying it. I do like the bans early on. Well, basic. I think that it's fundamental. You need to get rid of the best hard breach and the best electricity for the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's very solid. The Ace, the reason that you see a lot of teams ban him is because of that safe breach that he can do. If you take up onto the double windows of Solar side, you can rip that open, no issues. You can then get top mez without sacrificing a body to a C4. And what did I say? I called the Tuber ban pre-fired.
I don't want to admit my faults here. I don't want to admit it.
Oh, you don't want to admit your faults? I'll admit them for you. I told you. Tuber pays
I've already
so
had
well
to
into
admit
this
too many
map.
faults today, bro. I had to watch the Vikings game, and that was already sad.
Yeah, you think you're sad? I had to watch the Steelers. Actually, I didn't watch
Dude.
the Steelers.
Max Brosmer threw 4 picks and had
Ooh.
less than the Vikings' third string quarterback. 4th.
Oof.
Yeah, no.
You know what I didn't
I
have to
had to-
suffer through, though?
Hmm.
The Qatar Grand Prix, where Max Verstappen, my GOAT, came out with a beautiful strategy, just like 18 of the other cars, except the 2 ugly-looking papayas, and and went in for the box on lap 7, which is what all the strategists were praying for.
No, that's the new way I'm referring to them. Ugly papayas of a car.
Dude, didn't you ever hear them? They're called the papayas because they're papaya orange.
that's just that's a unique way to put them, but yes, that's certainly a description.
I will also say I was not very happy with Oscar Piastri after that.
No comment.
Dude, all he did was cry. He got second place, built up points to keep him still in contention for the Drivers' Championship in Abu Dhabi, and he just sat there and cried on podium because he didn't get first.
Now imagine Max Verstappen just starts playing the theme in the background of the press conference. He just
To be
hears
fair-
it in the back.
The chants were going on whenever he was up there. You could hear the doo doo doo
Oh,
doo.
that's tragic.
Max
I would've-
Verstappen.
To be fair, you're being paid like $1 bajillion to drive race cars. Silence, my boy.
Yeah, I would do that for free. If any F1 team is looking for a backup driver, I am 350 pounds. I'm way too big to even fit in the cockpit of one of those things. But I would drive the balls off it. The push coming in. Kex is droned out. Feeds one immediately to Zaholi. And it is a hard trophy side push for starters here. Bars up on windows. Do not have the ace on board, but still has the safe breach option of Hibana.
It's at least a good start for the entirety of WildBoyZ, but they're going to need just a little bit more, I think, to push it over the edge here. These executes for them can get a bit dicey on the second floor, so having that, 3v5, I think, would be that final pick that they really need. But as I say that, Quex is going to find his, and a pretty important one as well. Damage still goes his way through the walls. The Dex at least get it closer.
Well, Jeff Sicko and Popify, the OG duo from the order for 907 getting together as Jeff comes up on that roam. Papa was there to assist. Now we see Papa as he makes his rotate back, shut down by Andy Barse, being taken out. Dark and Jeff together. Andy's turn for the 1v3. Can he pick the kills here? Jumps straight in to find Dark, chasing him down. The swing out lands a slug, not enough to kill him. 2v1, Jeff still full. Quex sitting on his legs. And here comes Jeff now down below. Impacts in hand. I honestly expect the plant denial with those impacts, or at least using them as an actual weapon.
I mean, it would be kind of funny if it ended that way, but I think the bigger issue is the very, very large person in there, Quex himself. Fishes it off, gets rid of any term, and despite his low health, had a pretty great performance of 2.
Oh, that was a good set of picks from him, yeah.
Low-key, I was trying to work on it. I might still get it together. R6 Fantasy. It's freaking hard to get together because there's like 2 spots to make custom fantasy leagues, but like, I'm trying. Is Loki?
Loki?
Imagine fantasy?
Fantasy of like players for this?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how you do the stats. I wouldn't want to sit down and do that every week.
I have there's something I'm using. Plus I have an analyst I can talk to. My glorious ex-console king, Escargot.
Oh yeah, he's like one of the most goated statisticians. Did you hear he might be making? I think he made T1, didn't he?
T2 now. He's in T2. He's in Carn & Co.
I know I talked to him. He went T1 for a little bit, then I think he jumped back down to T2.
I don't think he ever went T1. I don't remember. I don't think he ever technically went T1. There was a chance, but
He might not have
someone else
taken
got
it.
the position.
Yeah. But yeah, now he's with
Either
Carn &
way-
Co, which is absolutely insane. Like, Carn & Co is nuts.
Yeah, they're a really, really fun team, and I'm excited to see what he can do. And I have the best hopes for him. But either way, he was maybe sort of helping me see if I can get a fantasy league of players together. It'd be hard to manage, and I'd also probably need to get a custom website at this point. But imagine.
I mean, still, that's worth it. What is Dark doing? Whose drone is this? That's Baddies. You know that doesn't kill drones, right?
Either they're throwing to meteoric degrees, or Dark might be the weirdest player I've ever seen and
I
still
think
be
he's just
good.
having fun.
I'm gonna assume yes, which is kind of concerning that a team is having fun on you when it's only one. With absolute confidence, or you might be screwed.
Well, it's 907, so it's absolute confidence, and they honestly play better and have more fun when they're memeing. It keeps their mentality up, and the better mental means the better swings. We do see Popify get dropped immediately by Andy's term, which means, hey, we might need to go serious. They're running there from a Dexy, finding Jeff down to a 3v5 situation. They are setting up the extension around. However, they are lacking bodies down in sight for Dark.
That'll be the biggest issue here, is you already have such a large disadvantage on a site that requires a very, very extensive hold. You need that upstairs hold, you need that downstairs hold to really even exist and to win this site in general. But you're already down too many players. These double swings are going to be lethal when they do come in. And it just leaves a lot of things that you have to do, but with so much less resources than you'd hope.
Well, Kex just pinned in an absolute, unable to move. They do get drones now up onto Quex. He gets some shots into him, takes a couple out, knows there's one coming for his office balcony, and he honestly needs to be a little bit scared now of where this push comes from. Kex really unable to assist now. All the utility that went into finding him, that's going to make this pretty much a instant pincer in for upstairs. And now we see Quex just moving up, wanting to take this fight with a Dexy instead, taken by Baddies. Kex, though, coming out for one onto Andy's term, trying to lay some damage, not putting anything up there, though. Bees absolutely everywhere. We don't have any more in pocket, though, as Andy died with whatever he had on him. And Kex still has his Mira. He's not giving it up until Baddies hits him with a good shot.
And then it'll be a 1v4 for Dark. He might at least be able to find one. The Baddies will finish it off. And once again, maybe playing around isn't the play here. Within all jokes. Uh-oh.
Oh, Baddies disconnecting.
Okay. Are we going to have a second tech pause to one dude?
We might have to. Don't know who's host, but they need to pause this. I think they're going to let timer run down. Remember, we are not host. And Quex is in saying, hey, we're not pausing because of the amount of time that it took to get to here. And honestly, I don't blame them.
I don't blame them, and they also already used most of their plazas, but like still.
Oh, Brander comes in and goes, W S-Car Goat drop. And I mean, what can you say bad about him? S-Car Goat was one of the, best statisticians I've ever worked with whenever I was casting. I did do a couple Champions League games with him. He is insane.
He's actually, I'm so glad for him making, up an actual, like, comp. I don't know. You finally see a console player really hit his big strides and show that maybe, just maybe, you can make it out of the console slums.
Well, I know you're still kind of considered new gen. Do you know who Revan is? Oh, there's Andy leaving. Boris leaving. They're getting a rehost.
Do they have one of those?
I mean, I would assume it would have got used in the 25-minute burn, but apparently not.
Okay. Do we just go on a tech pause here, I guess?
I want to say we do.
Okay, I guess.
Hey, your camera's on.
We'll see y'all.
Fair warning.
All right, we'll see y'all in a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick tech pause. I'm going to set the away screen. We'll be right back. We are currently 1-1 in this series, though.
Facts.
And all right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals of SXL. Just waiting on the lobby to be finished up. We are all in here waiting on the green means go light to hit. Currently still, I believe, 1-1 in round count unless 907 chose to take a couple.
Yeah, at least be an interesting one. And a bit of a weird stop, but I think this will actually benefit this side of 907 quite a bit. Just getting their mind back together after what was a pretty disastrous, I think, map 3.
Yeah. Sponsor me, please. But either way, we move into Chalet. We're not going to go through the whole map intro again. We're going to sit here and yap a little bit about what just happened. It was a massive time torch originally from the side of Obey. Uncalled for, it was just, hey, Batty just didn't join back. He went into the caster booth with us. So 907 just said, hey, count that as your pause, count that as your rehost, whatever. Pretty normal stuff. Well, at the start of the last round of that map, we had a disconnect yet again from baddies. 907 went in. They had, I believe, Quetz go, hey, out of respect of you guys time torching us, we will not be pausing here. I hope you understand. Adexi and Andy Storm took that personally and said, nah, F that, we're leaving, dipped out, and we got a rehost. Into game now, though. Hopefully bans are set right, and it looks like they are. We move into round 3.
I mean, better late than never, I guess they say, but I'll admit this was a significant wait for what is, to be fair, pretty anticipated map 4.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, all roads lead to Abu Dhabi. I think they may have meant all... My voice just cracked for the first time in, 5 years.
Apparently, you're the teenager here now. Chalk it.
I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby.
But no, I mean, at the end of the day, I just think that's how Obey would have functioned if they decided to go on without 12 different map breaks and, I don't know, 35 minutes wasted. Yeah, I would say all roads lead to map 5. Now, I have no idea because we took the half a century to do map breaks. So,
well,
maybe?
I got the message from Jeff
Maybe
saying
not.
we're just going to put him down, so... Maybe Jeff just wants to put this one quick. Hey, those first 2 maps were pretty decisive at times. But yeah, I don't expect much. I'm expecting map 5 either way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't... Maybe you can sneak in overtime in, but I just do not see Obey losing at this point. At least like this map.
Well, that being said, we have Andy's flying in with that shield, getting that first pick on the Mira. Popify down. Kex trying to hot drop down into a fight. Andy finds a second one with it. Are they feeding a blitz? Just kills right now?
And now you have Dark here, who's going to have to try to hold against all of it, but fails pretty immediately there. Baddies is going to find that pick, leaving a nice 5v2 to hopefully be finished out and cleaned out by the side of WildBoyZ.
Oh, Jeff is still up on flank, has the Hibana repel right there. He has got to hit himself a 4K. He does trade himself. Quetz trades out for baddies.
Is Jeff AFK?
TTP. He may be.
Are we going to have a second AFK player?
I'm pretty sure he is.
It'd be a miracle.
Oh, no, his controller moved. Yeah, he's moving.
There's no, this has to be stake drift. There's no way. Oh my god, he's there.
He's there. He's there.
What?
2 kills in a row. Shotgun pulled, and he is ready for some combat. Plan C is in motion. However, that mirror being popped right there. I mean, I thought I was going to see Andy's term just pull the pistol on him immediately. Doesn't matter much. Jeff Sicko does have his Inox to prevent. But the drop down the hatch from a Dexy, honestly, it leaves your blitz in a vulnerable spot. Shotgun knife almost to a Dexy.
Well, it made it significantly closer than anyone intended, and I guarantee it gave the entirety of WildBoyZ the night sweats. However, they do at least get the round nonetheless, and a nice 2-1 split.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, I think if Jeff would have swung that corner a little bit faster, or the shotgun was up to bear quicker, he may have just slammed a Dexy in the throat with it.
My logic is, what in the world is going on in your mind in a grand finals to say, hey, let's sit down and let's hide in a corner with a warden who is a 3 armor. You're the loudest operator in the game, proning in a corner, and you make it a 1v1 down to the wire.
I mean, it was a coin flip down to the wire, too. It wasn't decisive. It was a coin flip. Like that was just a
Yeah, that
50-50.
shotgun was just- yeah, if that shotgun was a half a frame earlier, would have been the same. But nonetheless, we end ourselves at that 2-1, and we have relatively interesting bans, in my opinion. I'm personally a Grim. I love Grim. I get why he's banned. However, I do think the Fenrir is a little bit overrated on the side of Chalet. Thoughts?
I mean, Fenrir is always going to be a beautiful ban. So, nah, I don't think he's an overrated ban here. He's much, much needed. That Grim has been just catastrophic to some of these 907 defensive holds, getting those Bs in there. So, nah, I honestly like both those bans. It plays into how these teams have been relying on their operators.
I can only see the logic there. I don't know, something doesn't sit right with me with a Fenrir ban. It might be logical, but I just see the Azami on there, and I'm just like, is that really the best use of your ban there to take away a pretty inconsequential op, in my opinion, compared to what Nazami can be?
No and yes, because honestly, you can deal with the Nazami pretty easily. Just shoot down her barriers, but it may cost you some sound cues. It's going to cost you a lot of ammo. But I know you can't see my screen. These pillars here on the walk up from the library stairs, if you can put them in those roof rafters there, it makes it almost unbearable to push through unless you have EMP impacts. And looking at this team, they're not possessing any. However, they do have the Bravo drones up from Andy. Let's see. Batty's hitting this rappel in now. They do have some roam game here. It's not much of one, but it is dark over library. Has Quez joining him library hall, and Jeff chilling bottom trophy. It's a not very extensive roam. It's honestly holding all rather close. And there goes some of your sound cues, which honestly for Kex, losing that Aruni there isn't a bad thing, because now you can quiet peek that window. When he was peeking before, you run into the issue of as soon as you go to swing it, they get the sound cue of the gate shutting off. Right now, let there be noise, let there be destruction.
It's good enough so far, at least, but WildBoyZ really need to get some holes in this wall here on the main side. Office is just an uncontested space right now, and they need something here at least to just sort of put a dent into what is a pretty impossible position to hold. As I say that, Bars gets it done. They get that wall open, at least to some degree.
Yeah, that wall coming open is going to be a good pick for them. I expect the Bravo to get rid of this other hold here. Andy going to fry down Kex, though, putting them in good position. And there goes Jeff to Andy again. Andy looking on fire since this rehost, pulling up 4 kills. We have Baddies just running Quex down, takes him out. Papa wanting to find the peak there, puts some damage onto Andy, but not enough to down him. Dark is fried out by Baddies. Pistol out. Papa trying, takes him, but Boris is right there.
You might have dodged a flawless round here, but WildBoyZ absolutely held that. Just from the beginning to the end, the power and all of that momentum is still flowing their way. They haven't really felt like they've even been weakened at all from those pauses. And this is the most concerning part, is you look like you're having very little resistance going into this second, at least hopefully the final pause of the match.
Hey,
what does that mean when you get to map 5? Or
go into... Oh, never mind. We'll fix it later. What were you saying?
I just said, what does it, I think, mean long-term for the side of 907 in this, obviously, the end of map 4 here, in the beginning of map 5, if we do get there. Can you even really hold to the same level of them, level as WildBoyZ at this point?
I mean, right now they're just losing bodies, not getting the picks that they need. It's coming down to a gun issue, which they really haven't forced up until this point. 907 were winning a lot of their contested swings. I think WildBoyZ started playing more and more into one another, and 907 started playing a lot more fast and loose. And we can see that in looking at Jeff right now, who has that Boss G with an ACOG on it. That just kind of gives you that sense of, hey, we're gambling. That's all that this is. It's a massive gamble on them. He's even ripping down for maybe a spawn peek?
I think it was just for drones, if I'm
May
going
have
to put my
been.
bets anywhere. Still a bit unorthodox, and either way, the hold itself looks relatively similar to your basic holds. Maybe not anything pro league refined, but your Mura is there, your basic hold ops, you have your Omai to help support it. Nothing is super out of the ordinary. However, I will say a Warden is a bit more aggressive of a pick.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a
What I'm seeing here now, though, is there's no blue shield to set up. But there is 6 impacts in 2 C4s for this team, meaning explosive prowess. Drone it with your bombs. Jeff Sicko preps his run out, though, for the double windows up in solar side. Eugen's hitting that drone in. Jeff doesn't have anything above him to try and contest his window play. Zaholi could get a free walkthrough here if he wants it, but that's the opposite side of the map. You will see that side over clear, though, from him. Almost, undoubtedly expect Eugen's to run up, take control, take upstairs, make the plays forward. As I'm saying it, he is doing it. That's that siege mentality. Take all that map control. Jeff now coming up these west mains. Has Eugen's right there with him, just missing the headshot onto him. And now they know that they have got to deal with an off-site roamer who's going to be playing super aggressive and trying to hit that in-your-face play style that makes Jeff the player that he is.
I think the biggest issue right now, though, at least from the side of 9 to 7, is there's so little, even roam upstairs to even support the mirror you made. You put utility there, but you're not even investing a person there, which is a huge issue. If we do see, WildBoyZ become aware of this and just kind of collapse into the space that has no real person holding it.
Well, while that is the possibility, you see Jeff coming up now. This roam into the 45. He does have Eugen's playing in fireplace for him. And this is what I think is attempting to do, is he can just put himself into a pivot point for this attack. He may be able to slam in and collapse onto one. We do lose Quetz as Dark leaves the game, down to a 3v5 now. Are we just dropping bodies? Papa 5 being fried out by a Dexy, and that disconnect could be killer here, as it's now into an immediate 2v5 with Jeff stuck in mudroom. And the push now coming through main side. They are hard pushing for Kex. We do see Kex go down, and Dexy's fry, but Eugen's is right there for Jeff. Is this going to be another rehash?
I mean, it's certainly a weird chain of events, but a pick is a pick either way, even if it wasn't really yours to begin with. But I suppose tech pauses can be still used for the side of 907, so they should be just fine.
That's what we're hoping for. Right. I don't know how late they want this game to go on. I mean, it's already after midnight.
It is, and they might just let it go through. Oh, no, just pause it. Oh.
Nope, it's going to be a full disconnect, rehost. We are out of this one.
This might actually be the worst.
Going back to face cams.
Done.
No,
okay.
Quex said we're going border. He said just go border.
Huh?
They're forfeiting the map. All roads lead to Abu Dhabi. What was that? 4-1?
They didn't even really give him they just gave him a waiter. They said, "Waiter, please guide us to our table." There wasn't even really a fight. It was just a "Come here, sir." What?
Yeah.
Huh? I don't even.
The time wasting got insane. Let's just go to border, forfeit that map. Jeff said map 5, baby, and Zaholi said yes, king. Here we go. I got a feeling that they're cooking something special up.
I don't get the point here. I don't get the logic, honestly.
Okay, hear me out. I'm pretty sure border, since it's the cider map, that's 907's technical pick of map. Or they pick side for it. What we're noticing, though, is I believe Chalet was the pick of WildBoyZ. So they knew that they may not have a chance here. It's a game to save the mental, play it out, go forward with it, and make that, just your presence. Get border in there, see what you can make happen from it. That's at least my mentality on it.
If that's their true plan, then this might be like, we're not even in 4D chess. We're an entire other realm. This is like, I don't.
This isn't 4D chess. This is Ender's Game.
Map. Yeah, we're forfeiting maps in a game that is actively worth money. There's a grand finals going on, and you're forfeiting a map. I don't know what that is.
Hear me out.
Is it?
The mentality is there, though. If you're throwing your mental trying to play that map, you go to map 4 or map 5. You just get rid of it. This scene. Yeah.
I guess.
Instead of throwing mental, if you throw mental on map 4, you're chalked for map 5. You give up map 4, you save that mental game, you get a map you might be a little bit more comfortable on. That being border, this could be the most insane play that we see from them.
I guess, but is that even allowed?
Yeah,
Can they do that?
You're allowed to forfeit, give up map.
You're allowed to just give up a map. I mean,
believe you are, yeah. We've
none
seen
of my
them do this
T3 or
before.
T4 experience have any comment on this because this is a first. I don't. I've never had this happen.
We've seen them do it before. This is something that.
What?
Yeah,
They've done
907
this before?
and the Order has done this before. Hey, we don't want to play this map. Just go next, and giving the map over. Plus, I think the thinking of what kind of a grand finals is it if we don't see all 5?
So you give up the 4 immediately?
Yeah, you give up the map 4.
I don't know what. Are we playing? I don't know. That's certainly a unique pick, is what I'll say.
Like I said, this
We're not
isn't
gonna
chess,
go
checkers, or any sort of board game you can think of. This isn't even Stratego, buddy. This is
like
the Ender's Game.
This isn't even Ender's Game. This feels like I'm somehow watching a dude who is inebriated go try to play, I don't know, Sudoku.
And command
I
seppuku
don't know how
while
to...
trying.
Yes. Like, I don't know what to even... I have literally never seen this, so I don't know.
It's a weird mentality to think of, but I understand it if it's what they're doing. I don't know what the actual play is. I think they understand, though, they have a better shot on Border to win this. Border is a better map for them, so they're just trying to swap it over as quick as they can. Did you get your invite already or no?
Yeah, I joined up.
Okay.
Oh, did you not get yours?
I'm already in.
I know you did. You're sitting in. You're sitting on the other.
Yeah,
side.
I'm playing this game for Obey.
Yeah, he's emergency subbing. Low-key, what should have happened in the Vikings game? Just subbing anyone else except...
Literally go into the crowd and pick out somebody for quarterback.
Yeah, real. Hold on, guys. Brett Favre, you're 45. You got this. You got this on. Come in. Those Achilles will be just fine.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, like Matt Corral out of his desk job.
Let's just look at these teams, though. Like, I have the team screen pulled up. Jeff, Sicko, Quex, Popify, Dark, and Kex. Bro, that is the stack right there. I mean, you think of great, league players, that is them. Everybody there has been putting up numbers, putting up some good kills, making some great plays. And then we flip down here to Team 2, which I have currently punched in for WildBoyZ. Zaholi, Barsh, Baddies, Adexi, Andy's term. Those are some hardcore just... How do I word this? These dudes have been around for a while. They've made impact at every chance they get. They just play beautiful Siege, coming in with good tournament players. They've got league players in Zaholi. It's just... The clash of these two teams... I'm coming back to face cams, by the way. The clash of these two teams is just a legendary thing every time we see it.
Actually, I was thinking... What? Sorry to interrupt, but I finally found a comparison to what this is. So PC comp is like actual like wrestling, like it's actual like stuff. This is just a WWE at this point.
You're saying WWE?
This is my comparison to the WWE. Console gameplay is WWE. PC stuff is the actual wrestling.
Hold on, I gotta swap their sides, update their logos, because they decided 907 wants to be on the other side of the screen this time. Instead of the last 4 maps where they've been on the one side of the screen because I told them to.
Just hate. Just doing it to time waste at this point. They hate the time waste, but they're doing it themselves.
And they're doing rock, paper, scissors to see who gets side. Looks like Obey will be starting with the attack. We're jumping in now, ladies and gentlemen. Here is Border.
Beautiful way to get here, I guess. Maybe the more satirical way to end a map 4, but nonetheless, all roads end at that map 5, even if the way there was certainly a little bit weird.
Well, I guess Borders are Abu Dhabi. Borders are Rome. All roads lead here. Send them home.
Certainly not complaining about a beautiful map 5, but the bans at least show some level of normalness within both sides. Malusi is sort of become a bit of a staple ban. and a personal band favorite of mine ever since seeing those Beast Coast finals a while back. If you know, you really know. If not, then you really don't.
I don't know. I'm liking the idea of that Mira band though. The utility that she brings, being able to lock down that side office upstairs, is great. However, we do see now the Fenrir, Aruni, Asami still on board. Dude, this could get ugly quick.
I think it has a chance to be, and I think that's the big issue. Is I do like the Mira ban, but you're banning for something that can be dealt with pretty easily because, you know, it's both of these teams love running Ashe. They love running Twitch. So I feel like banning away the Mira feels a little ridiculous and rhetorical when you already are going to bring the hard counters every single time. But other than that, I do love the bans.
Oh, yeah,
I love Grim. I think
the bans themselves are great. I mean, the Ace ban, okay, hold on. For my stream, the reason I will always like the Ace ban, from this window here, which is the top one in Rafters, you're able to take the single wall Kex just reinforced. That may sound good and all, but then you can also take this east side wall, rip it open from a safe distance, don't have to worry about being swung upstairs, swung at door. Overall, he's a great ban for just safe breaching. I'm always going to preach safe breacher mentality.
5 seconds left before insertion.
yeah. Any thoughts on how the upcoming changes will affect him in pick rate and ban rate?
Oh, what is his upcoming? Doesn't he get more charges or something?
No. So he becomes a 1-speed, but he get flashbangs.
That's not a good trade-off. I hate it. Part of
I feel
Ace
sad. I mean,
was to feed into that more Latum support, where you can just rip open and run in.
he's just everything now. Everyone just you have a bad team, just play Ace and just do the entirety of your job. Do every single person's job.
Ace makes a good fragger into an amazing support.
That's actually a really good comparison. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't heard that a bunch, but that's like really, really good. As I say that, Jeff Sicko is gonna find Yunes for that first pick in the game, and what is hopefully for WildBoyZ side a show of what's to come.
Oh, maybe. Jeff Sicko does like getting those first picks. You see him down here on this roam. That may be why they wanted Border. They can play into that roam mentality that they like. Popify trying to play aggressive for the security side hold, and I mean, it's a little bit rough. He does find a shot out onto Andy's term. Baddies has the ability, though, he could aggress towards sight. I mean, it's wide open and free for him, but they need to fight their way through this break room. Adexi is attempting it, but Papa is there to just clear it out, and you see why they call him Big Papa.
The bigger issue here I think you're running into is while down so many isn't necessarily an issue in itself. It's the fact they're split up so hard here.
Oh, yeah, there's no refrag.
And your hard breach. Yeah, and that also does significantly hurt. With Dark finding one more, this round in the odds just keep getting harder and harder. Baddies might clap back, but what can you do at this point with such a split offense?
Well, Baddies has slight control. He's going to flip this defensive eyes at least a little bit away from Bars, but Dark and Jeff just to close it out quick with a run out being a part of that. Like I said, I think Jeff wanted this.
I mean, it wouldn't be the craziest thing to see. I mean, yeah, I'll still say the forfeit of a whole map by itself is kind of insane.
Listen, I mean, this isn't like an NAL Grand Finals. This is just kind of normal, kind of for the mentality play. I understand it. It's smart. Hey, if there's an admin online, could you guys re-ping the stream being live for map 5? Get that big, you know, yo mofos, come look.
Final map.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last map. It's map 5. Put a picture of the clock and the meme.
Yeah. All roads lead to Border.
I mean, while certainly a bit of a weirder map pick in general for a final map, it isn't super uncommon. A lot of teams tend to just leave this on the back burner. It's not a map they entirely hate, but it's also not one they're willing to ban away. Which does mean you will see a lot of the cider maps be Border, and it's a surprisingly large amount.
Honestly, I've been seeing it a lot early on in PC leagues. Like in best of 3s, it's usually map 2. Like there's been teams that will outright love to pick this map because it plays into their style of siege. You get that heavier roam game. You get that more ability to contest control of the map. Chalet, you just kind of have to stack up a defense and hope they push it. Border, you become the defense. You become the map control. You don't need to worry about holding a hallway because of this boxed-in design that I'm going to flip up and show everybody. there's always a dozen different ways to take a room. You're playing around basically 4 quadrant, 4 squares. However you want to take, you can take, but you still have to worry about at least 2 or 3 doors to help cover that. Teams love that style, and I love it. I just have Whiskey Glitter in here saying Ace is not a speed up, and I, sir, am going to fight you on this hill because Ace was the reason Latham supports popped off for his quick breach and running ability.
I don't know. It's certainly a weird play, and I think that console itself treats Ace very differently than he is on PC, especially in that higher level of Siege.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, and they're casting like they're casting the fancy stuff. We're over here at the console. So maybe just a different.
Bro, you know how bad I was trying to get into the Spoit Contender Series. I was pulling every string I could. Baddies, though, in for an easy 2K as he takes Papa Quetz, almost getting Kex as well. Takes a ton of damage. Kex survives, barely, rolls out, gets pre-fired, though, and he goes down 2 for a 3K in Baddies. What more will this man pull on this adventurous run through a fountain? And really, there's no one else up here for him to take out, so they give up that vertical almost immediately. WildBoyZ may find themselves around.
Yeah. Huge play from him, and that absolutely is going to change the momentum. Because just like that, suddenly it feels like every single round has gone your way, and you're moving at an absurd pace here with getting rid of the roam. As long as Jeff Seko doesn't make a crazy play, it should be a pretty clean-cut finish.
It should be. However, Dark is still up with that DMR in hand. Everybody in this game is, low enough armor that he can become a deadly force like that onto Eugens. That was a head tap, though. Andy will go down to Jeff as he secures now that bottom. And I believe that may even be Diffuser now laying bottom open square area. And Jeff going to start retaking the vertical here. Dark now moving around, trying to provide cover, trying to find some angles, getting some shots out onto Baddies. And just like that, 907 flips the script.
Once again, as I said, it should be an easy cleanup. It should be by most simple standards, but most simple standards don't include the idea of how good Jeff Seko and Dark can be together. They both have some of the better clutch percentages out of any of the players in any of the console leagues, and we've consistently seeing the entire time. They consistently drop when they need it. When the team needs it, they can come up and show out, and it seems that at least map 5 is known to defend.
Well, WildBoyZ using this time, that little preciousness that they have, to try and drone in, find who they can. However, I don't think they know. Jeff is waiting east stairs. Jeff doesn't hear him. Adexi gets the free rundown on him and takes the kill left very low, but that is now Jeff down and out. Bars, though, taking this DMR fire, 10 seconds on board. Dark really doesn't have to be aggressive and push here. Instead, now he's making the rotate back to safety, into sight, finds Bars for the 3K, and here comes Adexi trying to close the round out. Did not have time to do anything, though, as 907 pull round 2 in their favor.
Absolute perfection from Dark there at that very end of just baiting the numbers right, baiting the players right, knowing you just have to back off and take your losses. You know, you're maybe not going to find that extra pick there, but you're going to absolutely win yourself a huge round here and take back what looked like a near impossible comeback.
I'd just like to say, you know how we've been talking about dynamic duos and great, go-to duos?
Yeah.
I look up and I see DCAG and Zinx in my stream at the same time. The people who think they share the same brain wavelength, the same brain, everything. Like, you want to talk about a real dynamic duo? You should have seen how these two guys were moving for a while. I believe it was Alchemist and Void. They've all played together for a while. DCAG and Zinx is hard to beat. I think they even shared a stint on FVR together. Back when FVR was actually good with the old Jaegerist roster.
Before my time, I say. Before my time.
Before your time, those two were floating.
Bro, I got here in April, or last April, so I've not been here long. No, actually, yeah, this April, excuse me. I have not been here all too long, so I haven't gotten to see a lot of these primes that people speak of so fondly. I haven't gotten to see the, prime siege that some people speak of in console.
My man, how do I word this? You were still out with, riding pedal bikes with your buddies and training wheels still on. When these dudes, a lot of them were just getting into the game and had the reflexes of a cat on coke.
Interesting comparison made, but no, actually, one of my first introductions to Comp Siege, I never followed up on it for a long time, was Hyper Series on Twitch when I was in 7th grade. I remember watching them, and I remember Playmaker's perfect season going during the regular season, then bombing out.
So Hyper Series was that like peak. That was your element. That was your, you know, Challenger League. That was the best you could be on console at the time. Had the greatest
That was
production
like the peak of all console.
That was. Honestly, it had production, I would say, that would rival, if not maybe beat out AEL.
That's a high bar, but I'll admit it's close. I'll give you that.
I mean, dude, it was just... It was the peak. There was nothing better at that time. I almost had the opportunity to cast there. And then the owner of it, whenever it changed hands, they kept, I believe, the same production staff and everything. But the middleman changed, and he ran away, took a trip down to Cancun with all the prize money.
Yeah, about those production guys. There might be some WCL moves, but that's to be seen.
Well, the only thing
Either
I can
way.
say is if you bring in their production, you need to set play dates for the teams. That's what made Hyper so good, is you knew when the teams were going to play. You could actually book it on a calendar. Papa getting that first pick to a Dexy. Great shots coming. Andy's now trying to play the vertical up above. Has players down below him. He has no idea, though. And this is the hatch being burned open, but Baddies will take a C4 through the floor. And I think they actually helped Barce out by freezing that.
They might have, actually. Maybe a bit of weird events, but either way, it'll get the job done. They'll get the hatch done just fine. Popify will go down finally with Andy's turn there, tying it back up to that 4-4.
Baddies, though, sitting extremely low after the impact through the floor. I think a C4 from Jeff Sicko may be what you could use to close it out. Kex, though, absolutely blinded by the lights. Still has his C4 up. They could deny right here. There's a bunch of them stacking up on this hatch. I mean, a lucky C4 throw, as impossible as it would be to throw up and hit because the gun's aimed at your face, could be the play. But here comes Andy. He wants to find Kex. Spraying rounds back and forth. Kex gets away. 1 HP, but trading a round straight into the face of Andy. But here comes Jeff, or Goat, on the roam.
Always going to be the time here. Barce might finally get the plant down, but there's too much coming at him. Baddies will find a pick. Dark and Jeff Sicko as well. Leaves it in a 3v2. Brought back to a 2v2 as Baddies finds his double. And within that 20 seconds left, it just keeps getting slimmer and slimmer. Quex has a good chance here with both of them low, but still not easy odds, especially with that verticality being held above on the plant.
That vertical for plant is going to be the big key maker. He's trying to bait Andy, though. Running in for that kill. Getting away with 1 HP. 9 seconds left. Baddies has got to go for the chase down. Quex knows it. He's going to dip back for safety. Laying down, hiding, praying. Finding him is Baddies, though. What a jump
Talk
through.
about nail biters.
Oh, my God. As low as he was, I thought Baddies was going to die to the barbed wire on the window.
That's what I thought, too, but somehow with miracles in less than a second to spare, still WildBoyZ find a way and carry on with just one more to get themselves a 2-1 split. Or excuse me, a 1-2.
I mean, 907 wanted this map. Let's see what they're able to cook up for their defenses. Brava and Fenrir are gone. The Brava is an oddity ban, I will say. However, we do know 907 tends to play a little bit into their gadgetry. They like those Aruni gates. We are going to see Kex bringing out the Ella. But really, I mean, if you're going to be running Vigils and Goyas, was the Brava a good ban?
I mean, it's a risky ban for sure. I kind of like where they're thinking. It's just, I don't know. It's a very risky strategy, and we've kind of seen that throughout this game. Is just, through that the entirety of the series, it's just these riskier strategies. So I'm not against it, but it's a gutsy play nonetheless.
Oh, absolutely it is. There goes Shady. I modded you. I thought I did the other day, but I think the command didn't work.
Well, down to when it matters most, can Dark finally catch himself? I think one of the first players ever to go back-to-back in his rookie season. So he'd be rookie, sophomore, back-to-back. And possible grand finals MVP in both. Possible.
I mean, this is the thing, though. Quetz, he was trying as hard as he could to get that MVP through every playoff spot. I just think he's letting it slip a little bit away here for the grand finals, which is honestly when your team needs you most to be at your peak. Screw all playoffs up till this. If you win them out, sure, MVP doesn't matter all that much. But if you want that grand finals win, you need to put on that performance that you put on all through the season.
I mean, I think consistently we see that sometimes we remember a lot of these players simply just by how their grand finals was. And I think that this is sort of that same case. The legacy of two of arguably the greatest teams we've ever seen in console is going to be decided within just a handful of rounds in 35 minutes. Where you see arguably the greatest peaks of two eras. One of the older eras of Siege, you have Obey, or WildBoyZ as they're more currently known. Dominant, their aggressive play has almost no real counter to it. But 907 has still come in. They've still put this up to a map 5. But can they finally close it out?
I mean, you want to talk about the eras of Siege and the dominance of them. There was a point, as weird as this is going to sound, 5.2 went on a dominant, like, I think 3 or 6 month streak, where if there was a league, they won it, whether it was free, paid, or what. Stretch brought them home. Now we see the teams like Obey and 907 doing the exact same. Before them, though, we've seen Jaegerist and Durag. The two teams, I mean, they were the same guys, just absolutely untouchable. Bar's going to be opening this round up with a ton of damage onto him. The east side stair take is underway, though. Andy trying to play windows here, and a Dexy finding that first pick onto Dark, shutting down our current kill leader for 907.
That advantage is going to be huge for them to work into, but with that minute 30 left, the time is at least being burnt well. 907 still got to worry about having that disadvantage. Popify here on what is a weirder roam might be able to find something special.
Well, I'm not sure how I feel about this archive setup that we're seeing out of 907. I get the play. I understand the play. You have Jeff Sicko, one of your best guns up, out there trying to play, but you just lose another body to a Dexy. Now Kex trying to play aggressive, feeding one to Bars. Down to a 5v2 for 907. And the firebolts are coming in. But there's Quex and Jeff Sicko to try and bear things around. Back to arms. Jeff going for a swing. Gets one, but a Dexy and Andy able to slam both of them down as we go 2-2.
If you, in your opinion here, I just saw it in chat. If WildBoyZ do win, does Baddies get MVP
I'd have to say yes.
for his performances? Do you think that this would arguably be the greatest rookie season ever for a player?
Is this Baddies rookie season?
For every single intensive purpose, yes. His first game was played in this season.
Well, I want to say yes, but you got to remember ISO when he came in. You got to remember X9 when he came in. Like, there's a lot of very good players. I don't know if they made the impact, though, that we're seeing out of Baddies. Like, this is a grand finals of impact. So he may have it in his hand.
At least my logic I've seen is within, at least in the regular season, if we go to his regular season stats, he was in, I think, 4 games. Within those 4 games, he averaged 14 a game. There is no one we've ever seen. Yes, there might be a little more limited sample size, but number for number, game for game, no one is a better pound-for-pound player. And it seems that Baddies, while maybe the slower start, has still continued that. He's still kept up an absurdly good run for him. And I feel like if he does finally get his win here, if he does finally do a pretty good stat line here, it eclipses what is arguably the greatest singular season from a rookie we'd ever seen.
I'm going to be inclined to agree with that, yeah. So I'm just looking at this defensive setup right now. Pretty similar to what we've seen on that last round, honestly, except they don't have a shield this time to try and play for the office. They are extending a little bit more. They have Papa playing out in the hallway. And here come the Twitch drones. That's going to suck for Jeff. That's all your Goyos you can almost assume are gone.
Well, it's a little unique. I still like the ideas here. I still like the play that's being done. I just once again worry, can sometimes... It is a good setup, yes. But is it ready for... In more is the team ready for the flash aggression that we can see from... WildBoyZ within seconds, where they'll swap to an execute mode and they'll be already aggressively taking site within an extremely short amount of time compared to most teams.
I want to say they won't be set up for a site execute. However, they are prepping it out now for the side over push, which is really where most of your concern is going to lie. You don't ever expect a direct hard take. However, Baddies at bottom metal. You got Bars playing for the sandwich window. A Dexy now making his rotate over, trying to play the head holes that go into Armory. It looks like we may see a hard direct take, which will trap, honestly, Jeff Sicko in sight with only Quetz to help guard him. And there's Andy to find Papa and Jeff going down.
Adexi and Andy's find those picks when they need it. It gives you a nice 2-player advantage here. The execute, if it does happen, would be pretty strong, leaving Quex as the only real person to even try to fight it. Dark will at least find a pick, but that 1-player advantage still hangs over them.
Well, your metal player walking up now. That is Baddies. He hears the phone call of Dark. He knows Kex just hit this rotate. They have him somewhat pinned, but now the shot's going to be raining out. They know where Baddies is. Moving all around, Ewans has got to make this play forward to help aggress this guy in office. Kex needs to be forced out so Bars can make his jump in for Sandwich. Adexi just going to keep eating the damage over here in CC's side, though. And there's Quex to shut Baddies down, but Kex is taken out on the Ewans with that run-in. Here comes the plant now. Coverage being provided by Adexi through the smoke. Bars with the Sandwich window going to be trying everything he can, but Quex is there, SMG in hand, to shut down the diffuser attempt. Adexi now saying, hey, let's make the smart play, rotate around. However, they run straight into the dark. Now Bars is into the 1v2. No diffuser in hand. Only 45 seconds to do something with it. What can he find? Well, he's probably going to find Dark, who is sitting there watching, waiting, letting the rounds rip, giving the calm to Quex that he is now trying to aggress you, taking the Office side. Pincer maneuver from the two of them. Shots out from Sandwich. Office stacking up, letting them fly. Shotgun now pulled close for Quex. And Dark going to be also peeking a very similar angle, which may not be the best idea. If you put a team in front, things may get ugly. And there's the swing feeding him, but Dark's able to shut it down.
Once again, though,
Shady goes,
unbelievably
hey,
close. And
this is not Baddie's first season. He was Durag and Jaegerist, so this is not a rookie season prevail for him. This is a comeback. Yes.
Wow, okay. Shit. Out of retirement, he comes, and certainly one of his better seasons, at least. But
you know who I wanted to see? Who I was really hoping to see? I want to see Jedi Joey come back. I know he probably never will. I actually was just talking to Bianca about him today because they are hanging out, being a lovely couple. And
good for them.
I was really hoping to see Jedi Joey one day return to comp. Again, I don't think he ever will, but it would just be, it'd be cool to see my man come back. Plus, then we could have Bianca casting some console with us again, which would be pretty fun.
That'd be fun. But I think that his final game was played in that very short Wolves return.
Yep.
Where he played 1 or 2 games for them in playoffs, and that was it. Where everyone thought they were going to be the superstar team, and then 907 showed up and made everyone realize they're the best there is.
I say 907 showed up and said, hey, yo, Jaegerist, retire again, please, and shut them back down.
Yeah, go back to the retirement home.
Which,
here.
Again, I hate to say it, but at that point in time, Jaegerist was still just, like, kind of phasing out of the comp scene. Canada and all them, they were the greatest. They've done it for a while. They brought in countless titles to the orgs they were under, from Double OG to WildBoyZ for a brief stint. I don't know how many titles they brought for WildBoyZ. I know they held the trophy record for a while for Double OG. But they were a dominant team. Something that you really couldn't question how good they were. Because if you seen Jaegerist on the schedule, you knew that it was probably going to go into their favor.
Yeah, I mean, what I'd say is I think that, yes, Jaegerist and that general group was out, and they were going to phase out probably in 1 or 2 seasons. I just think that the very sudden show up, more accurately, and the very extreme uptick from 907 and what they did was more of a mass ejection, if you will, into the new era.
That was
Jaegerist era.
It wasn't 907 though. That was the pop-up of the order. When Jeff Sicko came from tournament straight into league, he kind of set that tone of tournament players funneling their way in, and more league guys, you know, moving over to tournaments. It was kind of a back and forth of we're just going to trade players in and out for one another. We do have Jeff, though, as he runs straight into Andy to feed him an easy kill. Andy going to milk that one because why not? That's a free KD booster as a guys come sprinting. However, the execute is now starting, pushing itself forward. The Ram coming into office here. Papa eats a ton of damage but manages to escape with his life, which right now 907 needs the bodies.
Down to those thin numbers, though. Adexi's going to get a pretty free one on the Quex here, maybe a little bit too aggressive from the man. And that 5v3, the advantage is easily in your way, and which should be a pretty easy execute if you keep your numbers just right.
It should be, but you do realize you have to push through Popify. You have to push through Dark. Kex needs to heat himself back up to what those early maps were. Dark, though, finding some more kills with that DMR. I think we may have a little bit of a DMR crutch on our hands. And now here comes Popify. pushing downstairs. Eugen's, the guy with the fuser, is still chilling upstairs. He needs to make that play downwards and start maybe going for an execute here. And Dark saying, yeah, let him. I've got holes and I got a DMR. Let me find him. Bar's going to be finally pulling the drones out, seeing who he can find. And, I mean, if he manages to pull something with that, if he can figure out Kex is coming up on that flank, or if they can find Dark waiting down here in storage, things could get ugly.
Yeah, but you got to get some good drone intel. You need it so desperately in a point like this where, yes, it is, you have that advantage. Well, we've seen it before with Dark. He can pull these back. He knows how to play this first floor side, like the back of his hand. And that is the scariest part for WildBoyZ here. They got to play this perfect. They can't afford to give anything up to the man.
Eugen's is coming down for that quick plant. Adexi, however, will fry Kex down. Now all Eugen's has to do is hide in this corner, give his team that 4-2 split. Dark, though, I mean, the clutch up factor is real here. You want to take a 3-3. They now know he's storage as the shot rung out. There's Bars to shut him down. We go 3-3.
And it seems it could not be closer. As I think to very few people's surprise, this map was always kind of, ever since that 6-0, we knew it was going to come. We knew that map 5 was going to be here. We knew that this was going to be a game ending in the margins of extremely limited. And to finally see it, it is always a beautiful thing.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, the margin for error on both teams is starting to shrink.
Speak on bans real quick. I need to refill my water bottle.
All right, the band's now rolling in here. We see Ace and Kaid gone. Again, that Ace, a good quick breacher off table. Safe breach is out. Kaid, one of your best electrical, denying hatch. As well as, I mean, you can kind of trick up around this map. Keep it so EMPs aren't as easy to access to him. Hide him a little bit so no one can just gun him quick. However, IQ tends to take care of him fairly well. Either way, he is off map, so hatches should be easy and free. There will go Grim and Clash. It seems like there may be a little bit of a fear intent here from 907 of, hey, we don't want to deal with a Clash tonight. And then we got Obey over here saying, hey, that Grim is just an utter annoyance to everything we try and do. Him being pulled off means there's going to be a lot less execute utility. However, that Clash just frees up the ability to keep W key forward. I mean, I guess in these guys' case, it's left stick forward, but still denies that, I mean, gives you that speed that Clash tends to easily deny. And saying that we now have Jeff Sicko locking himself onto Ash, something that we see him dust out of the cover every once in a while. The old faithful, there she is, Ash on Jeff Sicko. He tends to love that good running gun mentality. We've seen it a couple times on his defense. He was too busy sprinting to get his gun up in time. Having an Ash kind of just rewrites that story. You can now get your gun swung. You can take an easy kill. Let's see if he's able to stick it out and pull a couple big frags for his team.
And to sort of, I think, just at least go off of what you're talking about is with Jeff Sicko, I think the most interesting thing about this 907 run that we've seen is that this is arguably two very, very different dynasties and two very, very different leaders of the team. We saw Wood and how he led. He was much more IGL based. He led the team a lot based on strategy and his own support. And we've seen Jeff Sicko, I think, take over that reign, but still take the same roster, but in a very different manner to the same level.
There's a higher level of aggression now under Jeff. The team is a lot more, we're going to punch you in the throat than what Buida had them. However, Buida had that lockdown support where he could add in that extra fragger as needed. It allowed, you know, Quex and Papa to kind of play a lot more aggressive off of one another.
Yeah, I think that was always the key to what made him good. And we have seen it very different, obviously. Jeff Sicko can go to that, you know, entry player and still be what he's known in tournaments, which is a dominant man on that Ash. And we're going to see it dust off a little bit here. We're going to see him pick, you know, maybe a little more of an aggressive op, even though it has its other capabilities. I think we're going to see Jeff Sicko use that knock in a much more, you know, aggressive manner.
Oh, absolutely. He is already sneaking his way up in through waiting room. I'm expecting him to hard push right up here, up east stairs, which could result in a free, easy pick now, as I believe, who was it that was just up there? It is Andy and Baddies, who are both kind of stacked up for it. But he sees the feet of Jeff Sicko. Now they know he's in hallway. Eugen's eating a ton, but Jeff to go down to a Dexy. The good comms from Obey, proving once again good, faithful team play.
Yeah, but that he at least came out with a fight there. That damage onto a Dexy and Yoon should at least help a little bit in these fights. Once again, I think those picks are still going to be much more instrumental in the long run.
Absolutely. Now Papa trying to take this long angle, taking down a Dexy with it. Yoon's still just chilling security, setting up his barricades. He wants to stay alive here. His rotate, not the cleanest, but he does manage to get out of there safely. Still alive in decent enough HP, where a 50-50 swing fight is still within his grasp. But the hard execute now coming from the 907 team as they want to take through the security side. All drones out. They are getting as much intel and utility as they can through there. But this east side is a hard point of contention with both Baddies and Andy stacking up for it. Here comes Papa trying to pull clear, though.
It's at least a good start here, but that issue is always going to be that time here. With a minute left, you're leaving 907 with such limited time to do much of anything. It's just going to force a very speed and aggressive playstyle that I don't think should fit well in this certain, defensive play.
Now, the way that these guys are stacked up, speed and aggression may cut right through it. We have Baddies still chilling archives, hiding it out. Papa will go down to Baddies, though, as he gets a good reswing for his team. Bars, though, in great positioning here to wall bang and take down Dark. Now, life count flipped in the favor of Obey. What we were all just talking about suddenly goes the other way as Quex goes in, finds one, taken down. It is now Kex into the 1v3. Has an angle on the, I believe that is Eugen's, does not take it. Moving forward, he wants to find that guy hidden, but Eugen's is able to take him down. Kex is out now. We go 4-3 in the favor of Obey.
And that's what I feel like is the big issue sometimes, is that these rounds, and these players even can feel just like the smallest impact there can be such a ripple effect. As we've seen, that one drop on Consulate was a ripple effect. These small plays here in terms of where does Jeff Sicko play when he plays that knock, that has a ripple effect. And I think that that's always going to be the issue. Sometimes 907 is they are perfect at, in the most part. For most details they are, but those minor things can sometimes catch them up and snowball.
I want to say the big thing that ended that play of Jeff right there was, I believe it was Andy playing as that Aruni, spotting him through the mirror window as he rotated up to that main long hole. As soon as he hit long hole, the back of his foot got caught. Andy called it, and suddenly there was a double swing flying at Jeff from the other end of that hallway. That FMJ that he has, or FMG, it's a really good machine gun, but it just does not have that damage over range like the MP5 does.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
But at least going into that next round here with a relatively useful WildBoyZ advantage, they do love to pick themselves into the first floor side. Comebacks galore on this site. Hopefully we can see a more close round.
That's what we can all hope for. I look over and I see Mr. Glitter saying, crazy that Mira and a zombie were both left up. And honestly, I can agree with that. However, these are two teams that enjoy a good Twitch or a good Brava play. So a zombie is not that much of an issue, and honestly, neither is the Mira. These guys tend to love that pick. They can just use their utility as they needed, but they like the F2. The Brava, well, she's just a utility pick, and these guys do enjoy that heavy hitting AR. What is Baddies doing? It's unorthodox.
What? I mean, I haven't seen that. I'll give him that. I don't know. It's not even really a good spawn peek. It's just a questionable one. I suppose maybe that sometimes can be one and the same.
I don't think it's a spawn peek. I think it's a surprise peek. You run up there, you don't understand. Like, if you go up there to try and take that, you don't see that he's there. You don't understand where you're gonna get shot from. Immediately, at least.
Well, outside of that one peek, it does look to be a pretty traditional hold upstairs, though. Quite a bit of pressure coming in sooner or later here.
Well, Quex, though, him and his boys leading the charge through. They take security. Papa finds that pick there on the Baddies. Going for a swing deep. Eugen's left to 1 HP, and they need a hard breach gadget, yet nobody has one on. There's Eugen's finding Papa as they are all funneled into a doorway. 1 HP to land a pick is a great thing for this defense. They need that to at least keep life count in their favor. However, Dark has got to understand how low this guy is and make the push forward. Heck, even with that baby shotgun, it will be more than enough to take Eugen's down if you land a pellet. But
yeah,
a Dexy is here
to do much of.
Oh, a Dexy and Andy just rotated over to reinforce him.
Yeah, I mean, even in that case, though, Yoon just still... You could maybe send a fly his way, and he might actually die to it. It's just such a risky position to be holding.
I wonder if
gonna
this
leave pretty
Brava drone
limited.
would kill him. If you throw a Brava drone at him.
I'm pretty sure it actually might. It does like 1 damage.
That would be more than enough for Eugens. He's got like 0.5.
That'd be hilarious. But at least for the most part, in that minute left here, you're still seeing a relatively strong defense held from the side of WildBoyZ. With a ridiculous verticality presence. Actually pretty limited on that first floor.
Well, Dark immediately pulls in, goes deep, finds that kill onto Andy. Now drops himself down into sight. If he makes the calm, but Bars is right there in bathroom to shut him down. I was about to say, if he makes the calm, hey, I've got sight control. You just got to go clear Bars and get yourself a free, easy plant. However, Kex is the one with Diffuser, and he has not been having the best game. Cards, are you okay?
One weird
Okay.
glitch.
The run in there from Quex feeds one to Eugens, and it is now down to our king, Jeff Sicko, for the 1v3. Has the lesion in his foot. Has to deal with barbed wire. Has only 10 seconds left to make a play, and finds another lesion mine to be gunned down by Eugens, who at 1 HP pulled himself a 3K as Obey now move up 2 rounds over top of 907 on a 3-round pull in a row. If 907 doesn't try and change this momentum, they may lose this night.
So,
You're not able to reconnect, are you?
nope.
All right, hold on.
Calling for a rehoster if they don't just screen share.
I'm just going to screen share with you instead of
Fair enough.
rehosting.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's easier than calling for a rehost. As late as it is, I would like to minimize any of that.
Fair enough.
So you get to watch my spectating for a minute.
Hey, let's see these observing skills from the man.
Hey, man, it's a 5v3. Great things are going to happen from either team, no matter how this one plays out. 2 rounds off or 4 rounds off, either one is still in contention. I got a feeling we're going to OT, though.
I mean, it wouldn't certainly surprise me, but there's still a lot of ground we made up here for the side on the 7. It's not an easy fight up top.
Nah, not at all. Dexy, though, having a prime game for himself at 10-4. I mean, I enjoy that.
Maybe it's just good for the man here. He's been the hard support for WildBoyZ. He's been that, veteran player besides Bars here, and it's kind of nice to see him sort of pop off and get back to what we know him as, especially in these past 2 matches.
Oh, absolutely. Kex, though, falling back into his regular season form. He started this night on fire for the first 3 maps, and now he's sitting here at 0-7. They move him into even harder support role whenever, hate that guy, he needs to get that good gun in his hand. Needs to give that opportunity to frag back out, although I think he's struggling. Dark has disconnected for 907. He is standing here running in space. This one could put Obey onto match point as he goes down now 5-4. Oh, man. This is kind of upsetting if you're a 907 fan.
Such a huge loss to have, especially with the past game he's been having, where it feels like he's been unstoppable. But you must move on. You just got to try to improvise here with Jeff Sicko and Quex. Still a beautiful group of people left, even despite that 1 loss.
Well, Papa is now moving through, trying to take quick control of security room. Has one laying up there. That is Andy's. Andy has that silence play coming around for the pick. I don't think Papa can hear him. And he doesn't as Andy hits the quick headshot. Last minute, we did see Papa turn at least. But this is now putting 907 into a bit of a despair situation. 3v5 for what could put them into match point on map 5 of the grand finals. You may be now sitting here saying, I regret giving up that last one. There's Kex for his first pick of the night. Of this map. Taking down Andy's term. At least you get rid of one of their more reliable fraggers. But now it is just down to you and Quex.
It can still be won here, but just that pressure on your players here is huge in such an important moment. You're trying to stave off that match point. You're trying to just keep going on, but Adexy's going to find the pick, and Baddies will find that second. And we approach a series point for what has been a beautiful BO5.
Yeah, Quex going down there just put, Kex into a bad position. 6-3, end of the night. What could happen here? Is Batty's reconnected or no? I don't think he's on scoreboard yet. Ban phase is coming through though. However, who do you think they're getting rid of?
So far.
Nothing in match chat.
I kind of think a Mira's gonna come. I think it's finally time for this Mira to get off the board. Finally.
Finally.
It's still the Bravo ban. Well, I might not agree with the Bravo ban. I do think the Mira was a necessary ban. It has felt so strong in its games here, and I think it was finally time to get it off there.
I say I don't have host. I cannot pause this. Hoping to see somebody pull a pause out though. If they can't reconnect their guy, okay, there it is. Are you able to reconnect or no cards?
Mine was screwed. Mine was donezo.
All right, don't worry about it then. Just keep watching my observing. Man.
Yeah, let's see these observing skills.
I'm hoping that we don't have to rehost this. The tech rehost at match point is just going to be a hard mental killer here for 907.
Yeah. It wouldn't be great, but maybe something can be pulled together here.
Let's hope they're able to hold it together. I mean, we need more of this gameplay. At least I'm hoping we see more of this gameplay. Because I got a feeling like these two teams are the Clash of the Titans. There's been no greater brawl. 907 started it out just hot. Most people were expecting a 3-0. I mean, Charlie was sitting there chanting it all week leading up to this game. But WildBoyZ has put on the afterburners and has started to run away. They might now be regretting throwing away map 4.
His Wi-Fi is gone. Hold up.
So they're saying for a rehost?
No, like his Wi-Fi is gone. This happened before. We're either gonna have a long rehost, or we're going to have an e-sub come in like now, or they're gonna try to 4v5 a 3-up.
Hey, I'm gonna go back to our face cams.
All right.
I mean, the only thing we can hope for is this Wi-Fi comes back. But with it going out and being gone, it might.
It isn't looking to be so. That'd be a pretty tragic end to what has been a beautiful series in itself.
Well, I think the way that subbing rules work, at least in most leagues, probably this one included, you can't e-sub after, or you can't sub at all once the game starts. Whatever 5 you start the map with, you have to play out through. Let alone allowing an e-sub in finals. I mean, Adexi was already in there making fun of you. Like that is never gonna happen. I got a feeling they're gonna tell 907 you either play this out or it's over.
Wait.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure there'd be 12 different rule breaks. Trust, let Charlie Worley come in and redeem himself.
Dude, Charlie could. I mean, isn't he their news pickup?
Officially, no. Yes, he will be in a little bit.
If they allow it, that could be the momentum shift they need. Pick up the slack that's currently being left in by, Kex not fragging out quite as hard. That could be the slack pickup they need. And
also news, sorry to interrupt, on the league players. Dejevin from the CC team has now made it to grand finals of the Roller Rivals X Control Free tournament.
That's actually kind of cool.
Did not have that in the expectations, but
what do you mean, dude? Dejevin has always been solid.
He's been solid, but if he's kind of committed to the PC nowadays, he's actually really good there.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you've gotten the chance to cast him, but he's been goated.
Actually, I haven't.
You'll have to see some time, but he's insane nowadays.
Good. I hope.
Actually,
I'm glad whenever I see some of these console guys swap over to PC and the game sense stays with them and they start lighting up the game, like start lighting up PC comp. It puts them on notice.
It seems, I guess we're gonna still wait for, something to come in, but.
Well, yeah, Brian just went in and shook his stick and said no e-subs for finals, so.
We'll just see who's gonna do what. Because are we going to start? Are we going to wait for him to try to get back?
I mean, to be fair, Brian, if you want to pull that card out, I'll just go in and say, hey, remember when Obey took 37 years to rehost a map?
Okay, so I didn't mean to rain on your parade, and I'm going to say this because Scissor just said this. Read match chat, actually.
MVP is pretty sure to be Quex at the end of this.
I mean, I don't think they nominated Baddies. I think they actually snubbed him from nominations.
I'm pretty sure, but he probably will get MVP for the finals. But I think Quex
probably
is
should
going
have
to
been
get
MVP, but I
season.
think he just didn't get. Yeah, I think he just got nominated is the issue. Hold on, I'll give you the update. It is. Yeah, they didn't nominate an Obey player. What? I swear on. I swear to God.
They nominated.
Who?
I thought. I could have sworn they did Baddies.
No. On right now. I'm looking at the MVP voting. There is not a single Obey player on here.
Huh.
There just straight up isn't a nomination for the team. Jaden, Sprays, Vixel, DKEG, Scarfs, Crypto, Squirtle. There isn't a WildBoyZ player on there for Obey. That's just non-existent.
Either way, as we're sitting here talking, Dark got back and we are ready to go into this map to finish it out. Thankful for the reconnect. Let's hope that he's able to get in there and become a gunner. Why'd they forfeit the 4th map? Jay, they just didn't feel like playing it. I don't know any other way to say it. They just did not feel like playing.
It's certainly one of the more unique ways, I think, to even have a map 4N, but...
Yeah, you know. It happens, I guess. Alright, well, you battle it out with Scissor about there not being any Obey players nominated. We're going to sit here and look at this defensive setup coming from Obey. What kind of masterclass they can pull. They just have to win this round out, and they put this thing away for the night. However, 907 trying to pull the hard charge. They want to bring themselves up into contention and make the plays forward. And holy crap, I just hit 710 followers. Nice.
Wow. Yeah. Damn. Oh, way up tonight.
Dude, my goal was to only hit 650 by the end of the year. I hit that in...
Gapped.
Well, dude, I was only at like 500, and then like October, I gained over 100 and something, and now I'm up to 710. Hard rush coming in here. Dark bringing out the Ash. They're letting him get gunny. Papa going in to find Bars first. Second pick as he shuts him down. There is Dark with the kill on the baddies. Now it is just Andy and a Dexy left for the 2v5 as 907 seems to have swapped themselves into high gear, letting that timer play out just a little bit in the way they wanted. A Dexy going down to Popify. These 50-50 swings leading in their favor finally. Andy will find Jeff, though, finishing Dark and Quex combined for the kill on Red Stairs as Andy goes down to the Twitch. I think 907 are like, okay, yeah, we're just going to win this one out.
I mean, you're at least going to make it a hell of a lot closer in a huge round to try to get the team's mental back together, but you still have 2 more to go. You still have a lot more chances here for, you know, WildBoyZ to close it out. Either way, there's maybe just a slimmer of hope.
Well, they may have just thought about it and said, hey, there is a prize pool on the line. Let's go get this thing. Dark once again now put onto the Ash. We get to see him pull a good rush forward with that on the last round. Putting it up again. Let's see if Papa can make that same sort of run and gun play style we've seen. Looking over, I see Mr. Stretch. How you doing, Stretchy Wetchy? Gwyn Matrix, how is my go to Dexy? Dexy is doing absolutely on fire. Like, no other way to put it. This dude is dropping a Legacy Knight, and it is helping Obey as much as he can.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
All right, into this one now. Obey is setting up for the upstairs hold, playing around with it. Let's see what they can do. They did just lose this style of play, but I mean, do you think Ego might get the best of them? Come back up again? You know, we lost it once. We're just going to swing on better, win it next. That's what a lot of console players fall victim to.
I think that for the first time in a long time, the entirety of the team is going to figure it out and just, they're not going to swing. They're going to play passive. I know it might actually be a first for Obey, but I think that for the grand finals, they realize the stakes, they realize what's important here, and they're going to back off just lower.
I love Charlie in there. I understand, Scissor, why you're stopping. Everybody's an idiot. Yeah, nah, fair. Welcome to console. Oh, and now he's calling out U-cards. I'm sorry for agreeing with him. But now the setup is extending over. They have a hard security hold. EMP's pushing through. Let's flip it over. Jeff now making that hard run around, wanting to try and push with Popify through the balconies over here. The Ram drones coming forward. Dark trying to see what he can find. If there's any sort of push forward, Jeff will get the drones in. Let's see what they can make a pull out of this one. The drone utility here, the economy of them needs to be important. Papa will take a ton of damage, though, off of Dexy from that pixel angle out across the balcony. And with no damage put out, that Doc, I mean, he's good. He goes for a swing. Dark gonna eat a ton of damage. Batty gets away with his life. Papa gonna hit a team kill. There's Andy to find Kex. This one could be over tonight. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Sicko will go down. Now it is Quex and Papa, the two OG 907 gunners to try and clutch it up. And Quex now into his 1v5. Has to hit the ace to keep the dream alive. Finding 3 out of them. 2 more left.
It's still a chance here. Still just a maybe miracle shot, but the odds are slim as ever. But we've seen Quex in these situations. We've seen him clutch a 2v1, but has he ever done it with stakes so high? With a chance finally to keep going on with Grand Finals, with a chance to just keep going on, try to continue the legacy of 907.
Well, they have a good angle set up on for him. He's got to win this swing on a Dexy. Instead, though, he misses the shots. A Dexy gets back to safety, back into where Bars is. They're going to double stack up. Quex has got to hit it one solid spray to kill them both.
The problem is the margin for error here is so slim for the man. He has so little he can really work with, and so little that is even given to him. These double swings aren't going to be easy. They're both going to come at him in really annoying, awkward angles, and it's just not giving much to work with for the Hall of Famer.
Well, he sends that smoke out deep, trying to get into where that Doc is standing. As he wants to hit, or not Doc, sorry, that's a Dexy back there. With that ACOG on, losing a ton of HP to that shotgun. I don't think Quex can clutch this one up. I got a feeling we're going to have our SXL Champions crowned here in a moment. Pushing forward, though, it is Quex. Doing what he can. Doesn't hit it as a Dexy closes it out. The door is slammed shut. And 907 is sent home with not even a penny. As Obey wins the Grand Finals. Takes the prize pool out of here. 7-4 victory. We're coming back to our caster cams. Are you ready?
Yep. And for the first time in a...
That one hurts.
It feels like it's a full circle now. We've seen, a pretty sad loss in WCL of the first outing of those two. Obey lost. They lose. They go to losers bracket. Then Grand Finals come around. They pull it out in a 5-map banger. Couldn't even ask for better. Then they have maybe one more meeting in WCL. It feels like it's the full circle. They came back to get their revenge, and it just happened to be in probably one of the closest games we've seen in a long time.
I mean, it all comes down to those clutch moments. He just was not able to bring it in and lock that one down. It was a good set of games from everybody, though. I mean, WildBoyZ putting up absolute stats there. Look at how good a Dexy did. It's a hard game. It's all on that momentum. They let WildBoyZ pick up some speed, start pulling themselves forward, and at the end of the day, we just seen them walk away with a great win.
Absolutely beautiful series, and couldn't ask for much better.
Well, I'd love to sit here and keep chatting with you, but you know what time it is? 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to end the stream here. Cards, anything you want to say to end the night?
Thank you for the beautiful series. Thank you all for tuning in, and have a good night.
We'll see you guys later. Heck of a game. Hopefully we see SXL again or SWL next season. Till then, I guess keep on grinding.